evening, everyone. It is 5:30, and I am calling the board planning meeting to order. And we will start with
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have a packed night tonight and an executive session. So if you look at the day one schedule, since this is a 2-day planning meeting, we do have time kind of buffered in. I would suggest that we try to stay on this, otherwise we could be here till midnight. I know that there's a lot of exciting topics on there, but I am going to try to keep us on track. So first up is the bond refunding report, and I am going to pass it to Superintendent Banner to do the introduction.
Thank you, Board President and Mrs. Pearson. We have this evening with us Corey Plater from DA Davidson to discuss an additional bond refunding. As you've seen in my board briefs, we have another opportunity to save our taxpayers some money over the course or life of the bond. And so you've all experienced Corey in the past and his presentations, and he's here today to give us an additional presentation on this next opportunity before us. Corey.
Thank you, Superintendent Banner, Board President, and members of the board. Thank you for the invitation to speak tonight. I think many in this room have been through this process last year, and what my mentor and colleague John Ward, who since apologies to be here tonight, is that we are on the next verse of the same song. So here we are 1 year later, and I know there is a new face in the room. My perspectives, we did a real just a one-page summary of the bond refunding here, very similar to what many of you have experienced with home mortgage refinancing, just a little more complicated with our provisions that the tax exempt municipal bond, but a refunding process that reduces the debt of the district by issuing new bonds with lower interest rates to pay off the old bonds. Each bond has a call date, and so this was a bond issued in 2012, and what we refer to this as call protection. So each bond has call protection so that we can get some investor interest, because if we had the ability to pay this off at any moment, we may not get as much investor interest. So really common in our industry is to have a call after about 10 years, and that's very common. So here we are 10 years later with the 2012 bond. The savings from a bond refunding directly impact the taxpayers. There's no financial benefit to the district at all. The district has a pretty significant responsibility in processing paperwork to be transparent to the investors and compliance. However, they do not financially benefit from the budget whatsoever. It's all passed forward to the taxpayers by collecting a smaller tax and levying contributors to this bond. So if you look at page 3, you'll notice that we have a 2010 outstanding bond for the district that we call a QSCAB, Qualified School Construction Bond. Those are non-callable, and it's a bond in which the federal government is paying some of the interest on our behalf. So it does not call that. We refinanced the bonds last year, the 2011 Series A bonds, saving taxpayers almost $6 million. We passed over the taxpayers who liked that bond. And we have another bond that's the 2011B that's also a school construction bond that's non-callable. But here we are. The next one is the 2012 UTGOs. And that's what we're going to talk about today. On the next slide, we'll give a quick market overview. And one thing to notice is we issued the bonds that refunded the 2011s at a time period which were historic lows. And unfortunately, we've seen some market increases over the last years or last few months. If you recall, we've had some pressures on the markets with inflation and with the war in Ukraine and just other turmoil in the market. And right now, we are still at lows compared to the last 30 years, but we didn't get that historic low that we did for the bond in 2011. So the 2011 bond is refunded in October of 21. And give it a moment to move the next slide. Thank you. You'll notice that we did see a peak here with the increase in inflation of war in Ukraine and gas prices. So those are some of the things that have impacted the current rates are. On slide 5, we have a projection as of current date. So we've run about 12 estimates over the last 4 or 5 months, monitoring this bond to see if it can be a benefit to taxpayers. And this is a snapshot of what it looks like today. And the original par on this bond was 44.7 million. The refunded par amount would be 39.8. And currently, the net savings to the taxpayers is projected at $2.1 million. And that would be around a net present value savings of 4.45%. So on slide 6, what are the next steps to be able to push this approximately $2 million forecasted savings on the taxpayers? The next step would be to adopt a delegation and state bond guarantee resolution, which will be prepared by Jim McNeil, who I see on TV here. Jim, so I'm going to pass over to you before I complete the rest of the slide.
Great, thank you, Corey. Really appreciate it. President Pearson, members of the board, and Superintendent Banner. Pleasure to be here again. I'm an attorney with Foster Garvey. We are bond lawyers, and I've served as bond counsel to the district with respect to the issuance of bonds and also with respect to levy resolutions and other finance-related matters. I'd like to just present a brief overview of kind of what you can expect at the July 11th board meeting, assuming that you want to proceed with the refunding. But before I do, though, I would like to thank Greg and his team. Just have done an outstanding job, as well as John and Corey. As you might remember from last year at this time when we were processing all this information, there's a lot of details and a lot of information that needs to be gathered. And I know Greg and his team, in addition to working on the budget, have been working hard to help us in that regard. So we just really appreciate it. You've got a great finance team. The first resolution that you'll be considering in July will be the state bond guarantee. This resolution is a preliminary step to the refunding process. You will, in essence, authorize the participation in the state guarantee program, which guarantees the state, in essence, guarantees payment of your bonds, and which ultimately results in a lower interest cost to the district borrowing because you're, in essence, utilizing the state's credit. This resolution also authorized participation in the program and designates the appropriate officials authorized to file an application with the state. So the state guarantee, or SBG resolution, it's a great opportunity, and it comes at a bargain at $100. I think you participate in, and you clearly will receive substantially more benefit and cost savings by getting the state's credit rating. So the next resolution that you'll consider will be the refunding delegation resolution. Very similar to, if not identical to, the resolution that you considered last year at this time. It is the authorization to actually issue and sell and deliver the refunding bonds themselves. This delegates authority to Superintendent Banner and also to Greg Hart to approve the final terms of a bond sale at a later date to make sure that we can accomplish the savings to the district. In this resolution, in delegating that authority to approve a bond sale, authorizes the sale provided that the district satisfies certain parameters contained in that bond resolution. So you'll see those parameters attached to Exhibit H once you receive a draft of the resolution for the July 11th board meeting. So that's it. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to present briefly what you can expect to see at the July 11th board meeting, and happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jim. The next few steps, Jim mentioned the workload that is put on the district to do a refunding. This is budget season and we're year end. So we are dutifully watching this refunding to make sure we still stay above the 3% threshold for savings. The next step would be to complete the bond rating after the board adopts the delegation resolution. The bond rating is really that point in time in which we look to see if we're going to move forward or not, because that's where the first cost would be implemented to the district, and to have Moody's rate your school district bonds for investors to purchase. And so we're working collaboratively with Greg and Superintendent Banner to analyze that, and that's the next step to prepare for that rating call. And should we proceed, the bond sale will be August 10th, closing in September, which will be done by Jim and his team. And then on December 1st, when the bonds will be called, which means these new bonds would be issued to pay off the old bonds. So they're in escrow from September 7th in a savings account until December 1st, and then your goal bonds are paid off. So those are the next steps, but we do know there's a lot of workload for Greg and his team, so we're dutifully watching that as much as we can. And if there's any questions, Jim or I are happy to answer.
So how much does it cost when it's in escrow? We pay interest at that point in time, or we gaining interest?
You're gaining interest once it's in escrow, correct? So it will be with the custodian, and it will be in an account, and we calculate those savings that you're actually collecting there as well. There are certain rare cases in which we have a state or a local government security window closed, and we cannot invest when we do cash. But in this case, we're anticipating using the local government securities to gain additional interest.
Yeah, what's the rough number for each, I guess it's property owners and people that are gonna get the savings? What do you anticipate that being?
So the savings here that we're analyzing, when you refund a bond, you actually have to have savings every single calendar year. And so the savings range from years in which there's 61,000, 48,000 up to 272,000. So if I was going to take 272,000 of your tax base, pre-calculation. This one appears to be around almost 2 pennies, 1 penny savings for 1,000 for every taxpayer. So I believe the last time around we could have
back up to 10, 15 cents per thousand, but this one is a little bit smaller of a savings. The last time we saved $6 million, and this one is right now at 2 million. And trying to do a calculation on the spot is a little tricky, but I can do one more try here. So we could reduce your bond by $250,000 per year. And right now your bond is at 10.25 million. So that is reducing it by 2.6%. And your bond is currently $1.10. So that would be 2.9 cents is my calculation per thousand. So we time that by a $400,000 home. That'd be $12 saved for that home.
But ultimately, the savings for the district or the taxpayer is that total big number.
2.1 million.
But for each individual, it's not significant.
Correct. And for a large business, it could add up, but correct. For a home of 400,000 with current estimate, it would be $12 a year to save taxpayers.
Okay.
And all the expenses of issuing these costs are included. So there's no costs on top of that to the district. So they're taken out of the refunding calculations.
Is there a reason not to do this?
The one reason we see is workload. If a district has come to us, they said, we don't have the resources right now at this time, or the only reason not to do it is be the savings percentage isn't high enough to move the needle for the workload. That will be the time when we see districts not make that decision. But at this point, there is 2.1 million available for the taxpayers to save.
And the workload comes in preparing your paperwork for the Moody review.
There's two really large steps. A lot of the workload we try and take off the district shoulders as well as Jim McNeil. But the biggest workload is to prepare an official statement, which is a thing that investors use to analyze the school district as all the details of your tax base, your property values, your top taxpayers, your history of tax collections. And it's essentially a very long report that has all the details of your school district. And investors will look to that to see if they'd like to purchase your bond. It takes a little bit of work, and Jim's team takes the lead on that. But of course, there is a lot of the information that we need from the front line at the school district. And then the rating review. It isn't as time consuming, but those are on Greg's shoulders pretty strong.
Basically, they're looking for an audited financial statement is what you're doing, right?
Exactly. Audited financial statements will be a part of that official statement.
Now, does an outside agency come in and do the audit, or is it just our in district?
We use our state auditor's office and appendix to the official statement that we're working on with Jim McNeil and his team as the
How
lead.
much should we pay them?
The state auditor's office, I don't know annually what that would be, but that is a requirement that you must do regardless of refunding a bond or not. So that's an annual report that you do that we will piggyback on and use that as part of our statement. Okay. So you've already done the state auditor's annual report.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Are there any other questions? Do want to be mindful of time and keep going, but if there's any other questions, now's the time.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the invitation to be here.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jim. Board, next we have Executive Director Greg Hart for our Finance Department giving the second draft of the budget for the 22-23 school year. Greg?
All right, thank you, Superintendent Banner. Thank you, board. Get this thing going here. So for today, we're going to review the 22-23 budget for next year. And it's scheduled to be voted on with the board at the July 11th meeting. So here, our quick agenda here, we're going to go over the enrollment projections, go over beginning fund balance, then we'll touch on the revenue and expenditure projections. We will talk about MSOC, which are materials, supplies, and operating costs. We'll go over the budget reconciliation. We'll briefly go over the other funds like the ASB, debt service fund, capital projects fund, and transportation vehicle fund. And at the end, we'll review the 4-year projections for each fund, and we'll conclude that with any questions you may have. So first, enrollment projections. So as a reminder, this is the primary driver of our funding. Obviously there's a high importance to this. So you see that yellow column in the middle at the bottom, we're projecting 11,876 students. Now we are projecting a slight decline from the current school year of about 46 students. We felt it was prudent to be conservative in our projections, just really mainly due to COVID, and there's still a lot of unknowns that come with that. And also I'll say that we've been conservative over the last couple of years, and it's really proved dividends for the school district, because a lot of other school districts were in a more difficult financial position because they were not as conservative with their enrollment, because nearly all school districts saw a pretty steep decline in enrollment the last few years. So the beginning fund balance. So if you look at the bottom right of that screen, we're projecting to start the year next year at 35.6 million. That includes the board's minimum requirement of 6%, which you see at the top there of 13.2 million. We also have non-spendable fund balance, which is primarily inventory items like food and fuel. And then we have other restricted items for levy, for example, and fiscal stability, and any carryover for equipment replacement, for example. And then finally, we have the remainder, and these are legal categories that we have to put these in. The remainder goes into unassigned fund balance. All right, so here are our revenue projections. So you'll see that the big chunk there, it's about half of our projection is 124 million. This would be the state general purpose funding, and this is our basic ed funding. And then we have $46.7 million of state special purpose funding, and that would be special ed funding, for example, or LAP funding. Then we have $48.8 million of federal funding. Here's where you'll find impact aid. DODE grants are in there, for example, as well as all of our federal title grants. And then also point out, we are projecting $22.8 million of local taxes, otherwise known as our voter approved levy. So if you look at the bottom right, we're projecting a total operating revenue of 244 million. We're building in $9.5 million of capacity, which gives us a total revenue budget of 254 million. As a reminder, we build in that capacity in case we get unexpected funding, unexpected grants. So we build that capacity in so we can accept those grants.
Hey, Greg, if I could interrupt you for just a second, if you could
Sure.
really maintain your volume of voice.
Okay.
There's a few times where you just kind of tail off at the end of sentences and it's just hard to hear. So if you could just keep projecting through, that would be great.
Will do. I'll talk a little louder. So this is another way to look at our revenue. It's a year-over-year comparison between the budget for next year and the budget that we adopted last year with the state. And so you'll see that column in the middle, budget 22-23, which is what we're considering today. Right next to it is what we adopted with the state, and to the far right is the difference between the two. So I'll just go over the larger differences. So we have $2.7 million of increase in local property taxes. This is mainly due to the assessed value increasing with the community. And it allows us to collect up to our voter approved levy. We also saw a rather large increase in our state general purpose funding. This is really mainly due to two reasons. One, we're projecting an increase in enrollment compared to what we projected last year, and as well as the state inflationary rate increased by 5.5% this year, which is a pretty big number, which brings in more revenue for us. $3.4 million increase in state special purpose funding. A lot of this has to do with our institutional grants as well as ECAP funding. We also see some incremental increases across the board, and we saw a decent increase in our special ed funding as well. The $316 million loss that you see there isn't really a loss. It's more of us just moving revenue around to different pots. So it's not an overall loss. And then the $3.6 million increase to federal special purpose funding, mainly due to the ESSER funding, which is our federal stimulus dollars to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. So you see on the bottom right, we see an overall increase of revenue from last year's budget of $19.6 million. Is my volume okay, Ron?
You're doing good. Keep it up.
Oh. All right, checking. So our available resources, we take our beginning fund balance projection of 35.6 million. We add in our general revenue budget of 235 million, and then we add in the ESSER revenue. We just wanted to identify that for you guys, of 19 million, which gives us a total available resources of 289 million. All right, we'll look at expenditures now, and we'll look at this three different ways, and these are state mandated categories on how we classify these costs. So first we have it by objects. So you'll see certificated salaries, classified salaries, and benefits. That's our staffing costs, and that equates to all three of them about 81% of our budget, which is right in line of where we want to be. And then we have, to round it out, we have supplies and materials, purchase services, travel, and then a little capital. So we have a total expenditure budget of $257 million. The next way to look at it is by activity. And the first one you see there, administration, we're at 3.21%. Now, again, this is a state required categorization of how we're supposed to categorize these costs. But in reality, we know that our district has other administrative costs sprinkled throughout these other categories. For example, we know we have administrative costs in the maintenance and operations department, for example. So yes, it says 3.21% at the top there, but in reality, our administrative costs are more around the 6.5%, which is still really good. Instructional costs, the next couple there, obviously instruction is going to be our highest cost. Instructional support would be things like professional development and instructional technology. Student nutrition and pupil transportation each make up about 3% of the budget. Maintenance and operations, 17 million, about 7% of the budget. Then we have other services, and that could be things like our ITS department, for example, is a big part of that. So again, we have $257 million of expenditures. And finally, one more way to look at it is by program. So we have regular instruction, the bulk of it, almost half of our budget, 122 million. We have federal stimulus dollars, 6 million. And then another big chunk, special education, 15% of our, almost 16% of our budget. Vocational education, which is really our CTE program, about $8 million, or 3% of our budget. Compensatory education are things like our title grants, our LAP program, as well as the bilingual program or multilingual program. Other instructional programs are things like the DODEA grants would go in there. Community services, that's mainly our early learning program. District-wide support are things like the business office, HR, maintenance and operations. And finally, again, student nutrition and pupil transportation, each about 3% of the budget. So that is our expenditure budget again at $257 million. A quick look at MSOCs, which are material, supplies, and operating costs. So we are projecting to receive from the state $14.7 million for MSOCs. We are projecting to spend 17.3, which leaves the local dollars to pick up the remainder of 2.6 million. All right, so the reconciliation. So go over the numbers we've gone over already. In summary, we start the year at the beginning fund balance of 35 million. We add in our revenue budget there, so we have a total available budget of 289 million. We are projecting an expenditure budget of 257, so we subtract that 257 million from 289, and we get our projected 22-23 ending fund balance of 32.3 million. Now look at the other funds quickly. So first we have the ASB fund, and the ASB fund is the student-run budget, and it's pretty stable year to year. The debt service fund, which is used to pay off our bond principal and interest payments. Revenues is property taxes, and the expenditures are bond and principal payments. Capital projects funds is for our major construction projects. We're not projecting to build any big buildings or anything next year, but we did build in a capacity budget of 25 million. And finally, the transportation vehicle fund, again, to buy yellow school buses. We are projecting to buy a few school buses next year to replace inventory. 4-year projections here. So first we'll go with the general fund. So you see 22-23 is what we just went over. And then you can see we're projecting to level things off, of course. One thing I'll point out in the 24-25 year, it's a high level projection at this point, but you see that the revenues and expenditures have dropped quite a bit from the previous year. And that's where you see our ESSER federal stimulus funding end in the 23-24 school year. We have to spend it by then. And we'll also point out we're projecting a modest increase in enrollment over the next few years. ASB fund, again, this is a pretty stable budget year over year, which is what we're showing here. A debt service fund, something to point out here is, again, this is what we use to pay our bond and principal payments. You'll see in the year 25-26, you'll see a pretty steep decline in our overall fund balance. Now we plan for this. We have some pretty big bond principal payments coming up that year on a couple of our bonds. And so we've been maintaining a healthy fund balance through impact date, for example, funding to help us plan for that. 4-year capital projects projection here. Again, this can easily change if we pass a bond, for example, and we build some new schools. But for now, we're just projecting basically a flat revenues and expenditures over the next few years. And finally, the transportation vehicle fund. This is really just projecting revenue from the state over the next few years, as well as planning for our future bus purchases. And that concludes the presentation. Do we have any questions?
Greg, when you mentioned that the ESSER funds, as things shut down, how long will we be receiving ESSER funds? And did you say we had to use the money by a certain date?
Yeah, it's September of 2024.
Is when we receive them or have to use them?
We receive them so we get reimbursed based on our costs. So we have until September of 24 to spend them and then request reimbursement at that point.
Greg, going to your very first slide, your enrollment projections. Any concerns about the most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision where they're going to allow some funds to go to private schools? Is that going to impact us in any way, or is that figured into your calculation?
It is not, no.
Should we?
I'm not familiar with it, so I can't answer that at this point.
Okay. Okay. If you go to your, I think, fourth slide, general fund revenues, which little sliver is the enhancement levy?
Enhancement levy. Talking about here?
No,
Or
no.
this?
Oh, it's 10 of 88. I don't know how you, that's the only number I have. Yeah, that would be the revenues, yes. So where would the enhancement levy be on that?
It would be the $22.8 million local taxes. I assume you're referring to the enrichment levy, maintenance and operations levy.
So the 22 million is the enhancement levy number.
Yes.
Okay. So we know that.
Can we just get clarification, because you're saying enhancement, he's saying enrichment. Is that, do we mean the same thing? I just want to make sure we mean the same thing. It's local taxpayers levy dollars.
My understanding that the local dollars
Yes.
can only go for, I thought it was enhancement.
It's enrichment.
Okay.
That's what I just want to make sure we were saying the same thing, just different words.
I think that whatever the correct term is,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought it was enhancement. So but that's for something other than basic education, correct?
Yes. And the document that I sent out in board briefs, I think 1 or 2 weeks ago, that showed what we spend out of local levy to fulfill the lack of funding that we get for basic education. So yes, it's supposed to be for enrichment. However, we end up having to use, as all school districts do, those dollars to support basic education as well.
I thought when they passed that budget, we were prohibited from doing that. Is that not true?
I think we all thought that that's what those dollars were for. And we're just in that position where the state does not fully fund basic education. And so we have to use those dollars.
Okay. Okay. So then,
Resend that if the board wants me to resend that document out. It just literally shows, like for nurses, for example, we spend an additional $2 million for nurses to fulfill the needs of our students. For special education, we spend an additional $3.4 to $3.5 million per year to fulfill that need. For security, we spend an additional $2 million, I believe, Greg, to fulfill that above and beyond what the state prototypical funding model provides for schools. So remember the state prototypical funding model.
I'm well aware of that, and I understand that, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't. However, I think our citizens need to be aware that the legislature said that they were going to fund the whole thing, and they didn't do it. I think that needs to be very, very clear to people in our community. And
agreed. We will actually be beginning for the 2024 levy election vote. We will be presenting in the next year and a half exactly what you're saying to our citizens, so that they're very aware of what the state gives us, and then what their taxpayer dollars support above and beyond what the state gives us.
yeah, I'm not a real fan of the prototypical model personally. I mean, in that is one method. To me, you know, if I got to be king for the day, it would be, we get so much per student, and then we would decide where the money gets spent, and not do it that way. And then we could be as efficient with those dollars as we should be. So then on the expenditures, Greg, where can we see which ones of these expenditure ones is the best place to look to see where some of those enrichment dollars are being spent?
Let's see if I can find the slide. It would be mostly in this regular instruction piece here, as well as the district-wide support down here.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said there.
So if you're looking at the screen, it's in the regular instruction
Yes.
category and the district-wide support category. That's where most of it is.
So that the 22 million, basically we have 100 million going into regular instruction, and that 22 million that's there is part of the enhancement or the enrichment.
Yeah, you can look at it that way. It's not all in there, but the two main pots of it'll be in regular instruction and district-wide support.
But that's probably the biggest chunk.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh, wait a minute, I got one other question, sorry. On the
Sure.
MSOC.
Yeah.
You show that we're that number, we're spending more, let's see. We're spending more than we're taking in revenue on that. And I've heard multiple legislatures say that we're given a lot of money per student at that point in time. If you take the revenue that we're getting, 14.7, and divide it by, you could use 12,000 students or the 11,870, whatever it is. Man, it seems like a lot of money going into this MSOC per student.
Right? There's a lot of costs that go into materials.
Well,
supplies, and
I guess
operating costs.
I'd be interested in some of what those are. Here's the reason I asked that question. I've doorbelled many homes in the past, and one of the complaints I hear from teachers when I'm at their door is that they have to bring paper from home, and they say that stuff. And yet, when I'm in Olympia, when I talk to our legislatures, they're putting in dollars, around $2,500 per student. And back when I researched some of that in the past, I found out that you have department heads that are telling their people they don't have the money. And so I just like to dig down on this one a little bit and understand this a little bit better. Do we have the money or don't we have the money? This kind of says we don't have the money, but is that true?
For the past, since I was assistant superintendent in elementary schools, I petitioned the then superintendent to allow us to purchase all supplies that students need. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, at least the last 5 years, probably 6, we have purchased all supplies for students that they need at school. They may still purchase supplies that they need at home. And then we would also send supplies home with them. They have a project to do, send that home. So for at least the last 5 and possibly 6 years, we have, as a school district, mandated that building principals build a supply base into the budgets that, right, this budget breaks down into each individual building budget. And we'll continue to do that. In terms of just the question around supplies, and we can work with Greg to talk about how we break down the rest of the MSOCs.
Well, certainly making sure what students need, they get. I think that's important. So I support that. I guess what frustrates me is at the beginning of school years, as we'll start up next September, there's always a big hit up in the community to, buy backpacks and get school supplies and all those kinds of things. And yet we're spending a lot of money here. And then when I walk by the bus stops, I always find oodles and gobs of pencils all over the place. It just drives me crazy. It's very, very wasteful. And that just, it may be just a microcosm. So it may not be a big issue, but you know what, when you see a little bit, is there more? And so that's the reason I bring this question up.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Paul, let's go back to when what every family was responsible for their own supply list. And we know it was very expensive, and there were a lot of people in our district who couldn't afford those. So I know that Caring for Kids does a huge job of their own. It's not district, we support them, but it's not district funds, making sure that kids have backpacks and making sure, that they have those things. So it was $50 to $75 a minimum for supplies, and we have families who couldn't afford it. So that's where I thought, I really appreciate it. I've always maintained that, there are, plus it leveled the playground. So when you're at a classroom and you've got somebody who's got the really cool box of 64 crayons, and you've got somebody else who barely has 8, it levels the playground that all children have the same materials. And being that I know that my kids, they didn't have to worry about who had what, whose was whose. It really was a much smoother operation for our kids and for the staff, especially. So I appreciate the community. And plus, you know what? There's a thing about when kids go back to school, I believe that people that I've spoken to, they kind of want to help kids get back to school. There's something special about buying those pencils or crayons, and they go to Diane, and Diane disperses them. And a lot of those do go home. They stay at home so kids can do their homework and do what they need at home to continue on working. So I appreciate the fact that we are not sending huge supply list at the stores and parents having to put out so much money to put their kids in school.
Yeah, but you know, Carol, we're almost $3 million spending more, or we're estimating spending almost $3 million more than we're getting.
Operating costs are in there too, and we can't forget that. So I'm assuming, maybe not, that includes like toner and printer, and teachers print off everything, and toner is very expensive. You have to, there is so much more to that. And my mom was a teacher for 40 years, and it is true, they buy more for their classroom than they get, but it also depends. And I wish that they could all have more. They definitely deserve it. However, it does depend on the teacher, what they want to decorate their classroom as, what books they want to buy. It can get really expensive really quick because they love their students and they want their students to have things. And so they're willing to spend extra in addition to what they get from the school. And, you know, of course, colorful classrooms are really great. And I personally wish that it could have more, but I think it's more than just school supplies, which is what we're thinking of, material supplies and operating costs. That I personally don't think that that's that much per student, especially when you take in special education. They probably have higher material costs per student. So I don't think that giving a dollar amount per student across the board is going to work out, because there are some students that costs more than others. So then it would be lopsided, because you're giving a firm dollar amount to every student, and that calculation wouldn't work out.
Okay, I hear that, and I'm not opposed to that. However, when you start looking at money, in all my years of working with nonprofits and stuff, where money is very dear, and certainly money for our citizens as we go into this big inflation period, that's probably going to get worse before it gets better. The spendable income of our citizens is going down. Therefore, we need to be as frugal as we can. And one of the things I learned from the nonprofit side, when you start counting the paper clips, and that's a kind of attention to detail you have to do to save money. And I've just seen nonprofits, when you have somebody in a position of leadership that starts saying, hey, let's be a little more conscientious about where our dollars are getting spent. They save money, and then they can do some of the important things that need to be done. That's my only point.
Working in the public sector myself, I can assure you dollars aren't just flying around, but things are pretty frugal, and you don't want to make it so, the place of it that the students are going to school, or the teachers are working, is not an enjoyable place to work, because you make it so you get 4 rolls of toilet paper per day, we might have a problem.
Well, and when you look at, I know that we provide things for our secondary students, which are way more expensive than what an elementary student needs. When you look at, the calculators they need and those things, that I wish we didn't have to, but the reality is I want to make sure, and I'm glad that they have the opportunity to have what they need. Do I want them to waste them? Absolutely not. And I don't approve of waste. I don't waste my stuff, but they have to have what they need to take care of these kids. And I think secondary kids, even, like I said, with calculators and with all of that, they need them.
You provide T1 calculator, the scientific, yeah.
Yeah.
And those are very expensive.
Yeah,
Those are
no,
like $100.
I know what they were when my kids needed them.
Yeah.
I'm sure the price of those have gone up also. So thank goodness they have the opportunity to have them.
Yeah, we got to keep moving. The only last
Yep.
thing I really want to point out is the administration costs. I know that there's a lot of talk. I see it on social media myself and everywhere else that, schools are top heavy and all the money is going to administration and put it back in school. So I just want to point out that number which it's total between 6 to 6.5%, is actually very low for administrative costs. So I just want to point that out because it is a topic of conversation often.
Can I make one comment?
Mhm.
I also know that when we run a levy, we promise our citizens, and I believe in promises made, promises kept, that cuts cuts are kept away from the classroom and they're cut at administration first. So we do not keep, it's just, that's a practice and a policy that we've always had. Keep the cuts away from, as far away from the classroom as we possibly can. So I'm always comforted in that. And the hits do happen at administration or in this building first.
Certainly appreciate that. I mean, this district, from my perspective, is that our administrative costs have always been below 10%, and which is a great number. You know, I mean, most organizations aren't there, you know, and so if you're below that, that is an area that our numbers don't always jive with what's happening down in the OSPI report card. You know, I used to go around and around with Debbie on that. Why don't our numbers match? And so that's an area that I don't know what we have to report and what the formula is between us and OSPI, but it'd be interesting to see the math. I'd like to know how they do the math, why they don't always match. And Debbie could never give me a good answer. So it'd be interesting to see where we are on that.
All right, we're going to continue on. Thank you, Greg.
Hey, you guys have a good night.
So the next on the agenda is the building assignments and school visits, and I won't harp on this very long. It's really just the typical schedule with each director and which schools you would be visiting next year. We will begin the getting back to directors visiting schools Thursdays, Fridays. Carmen will have an agenda and she'll ask for, or excuse me, a schedule, and she'll ask for you all to find times that work for you, times that work for me in the building, and then we'll start getting back out to schools. And so it's right here. If you have questions about it, it's pretty straightforward. And then as the years go on, we just rotate to the next batch. So District 5 for Director Wagaman would be doing the same schools that District 1 is this next year, right? Just kind of rotate through.
Oh, yep.
I like this with one exception. I think it would be a little more helpful. And the hard thing is trying to get to an event where there are parents. So we need some help on that. So that'd be one thing that we need to work through. The other thing that is always helpful to me is if you're there at the beginning of the year, and so you hear what some of their plans are, what they're doing. If you could go at midpoint and see how their plans are working, and then you could go to the end. So limiting to 2 visits, I don't think it's enough. I think it should be 3, a beginning, middle, and end, so that we can see the flow and hear from each of those buildings how that's working. That would be more beneficial from my perspective.
Visit. So I just want to be mindful of what? Oh gosh, sorry. I was thinking 3 times. Yes, sorry. Woo, cannot do math. I mean, the superintendent comes with us on every visit, so that would be an astronomical number of visits per year for the superintendent to do on top of his probably already packed calendar. So I personally am fine with the 2 visits. I think that is generous going to each school. We have a lot of schools. We're not a small district. But I mean, I'm interested in what, honestly, it's probably your feedback is.
What would be 60 visits?
That's a lot of visits. That's a lot of visits. Yeah.
I'm assuming these visits are the more formal as opposed to sporting events or art shows.
Yes.
Typically, they're a walk around with the superintendent and the principal. Principal does some sharing, maybe some question and answer. And then the second one is usually a parent involvement event, a play, something where there are parents at an orientation. But again, we put out the calendar And then as directors, you guys say, hey, I really want to go to that one. And then we get it scheduled and we figure those pieces out.
We have to obligate you if it's a drama performance or musical or, okay.
We tend to get you guys onto a calendar because sometimes things get canceled. And so we work it through Carmen. So that way, if something does get canceled, then we can get to you and then you're not wasting your time.
But I would say that that's like your designated one. If you want to go to a play or whatever, you have every right to do that. I know Carol is a big fan of the arts and she goes often.
The other thing is when you make your visit to the principal, we need to be mindful. One, if we ask them to please make sure I'm aware of events that I would like to see your school's events. And I've never had a school say, no, we don't want you here. They're so thrilled to have us there.
Mhm.
They, especially plays and sporting events and book fairs or, even little carnivals that are in there. That's great. If we tell them that we really would like to be there, they usually will make sure that we are aware.
Yeah. And if they know, they'll send out, I mean, I've in the past pre-COVID, they would include me on their email list of whatever events that they had. So we are behind. So I am just going to continue on if there are no other questions. My policy review process follow-up, better news than before. WASA just said that they have been slammed, but they are not against it. They are circling back with each other internally. They said, please be patient with them and they will get back to us. But better news than before. All right, back to you.
Yes. So in a previous workshop, the board identified 4 topics that they wish to discuss at this 2-night event. And one of those topics was the needs of secondary students. And at that point, I recommended that we determine what those needs are by getting some student voice and allowing you guys obviously then to engage in the discussion that you wanted to engage in. So tonight we have Josh Chambers, who is a youth wellness specialist, and we consult with Josh as a partnership with the City of Lakewood. The City of Lakewood has contributed some of their American Rescue Plan Act dollars as we contribute some of our ESSER, same funding, just different name, in order to contract with Josh. And Josh has been out beginning his work by meeting with students, finding out, surveying students, and finding out what their needs were. And we thought it'd be a benefit for Josh to share some of his findings this evening as you guys then engage in that conversation. And so Josh, welcome. I see that your PowerPoint slide on your results of the survey are up, and I will turn the microphone over to you.
All right, you hear me? All right. First, thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to do this work. I really appreciate the opportunity to support students. I love teenagers, so any way that I can support them, I am for it. And thank you for just giving me your time to listen to what students have said. All right, so some of the background, Superintendent Banner kind of went through some of it as this is a joint venture with the city. I'm sorry, click. Yeah. So for our survey, we like to keep it short, right? I like short surveys and teenagers like short surveys as well. So it consisted of 10 questions, which included gender, ethnicity, and grade. The way that we did this was, how do we get the most feedback from students? So we went to lunches and we rewarded every student that filled out our survey with a bag of chips and a candy bar. So we got a lot of turnout. So the average time was 2 minutes and 13 seconds. And we got feedback from over 400 secondary students. Food is the answer. All right, so this is the breakdown of the gender. You can click through. We got a lot of males to respond, which I didn't know if that was because I was the one at the table or what, but a lot of our male students were the first ones to come, or it could be they were just hungry and saw the chips in the candy bar. Go to the next slide. Right. Ethnic breakdown. Again, we wanted it to be diverse to showcase the student population. And so we got a pretty accurate depiction of the students. You can click through. See this. All right. All right. And then you can see the grade level. So you might say 8th graders aren't secondary students, which is true, but at HP, they do share lunch with the 9th graders. And so we found that it would be easier to survey them as well. And as you can see, we have a lot of feedback from younger students, which I think is important because if we make improvements to student mental health, in a couple of years, we'll be able to see the trajectory and the progress. All right. Here's a list of the survey questions. We asked them, were they aware of the mental health resources? If so, have they utilized them? We asked a scale question, how likely are they to use the mental health resources if they were provided on campus? If none apply, what type of resource would you utilize? Again, we like student voice, we like feedback. What would you use? And then we asked, what topics regarding mental health wellness do you think would best serve you or your school? And how would you prefer to learn about mental health? And then any suggestions? All right, so one of the first questions was, are you aware of the mental health resources available on campus? And we gave them the choices of yes, no, and maybe. All right. So there were 69% of students who said, yes, I am aware of the mental health resources available on campus, which I think is really good. That's a really good sign. Next question was, if so, have you utilized any of them? And we had 77% of them say, no, we have not utilized them. I know of them, but I have not utilized them, which I think is a very big, significant change. All right. Next, we asked the question of how likely are you to utilize these mental health resources? We did individual therapy, group therapy, online tools, topic workshops, peer-to-peer support, and articles, books, etc. Right. So after breaking down data and analyzing, right, for individual therapy, we gave students, 40% of students said they were unlikely to use individual therapy. 27% said they were neutral, and 33% said they were likely to use it. For group therapy, which seems to be a more traditional therapeutic approach, 47% said, I want nothing to do with groups, with 28% saying yes. Now, when it came to peer-to-peer support, right, we saw that 34% said they wouldn't use it, but 44% said that they want to talk to someone that they know when it comes to their mental health. They want to talk to a friend, a counselor, a teacher, somebody that they have a relationship with or rapport with in regards to mental health topics.
So peer-to-peer is not just age group and age group, it is someone that they have a relationship with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then we gave some questions. All right, what topics would best serve you and your school? We gave anxiety, stress, mindfulness, friendships, LGBTQ and related topics, depression, mood disorders, substance use, eating disorders, grief and loss, overall wellness, and social media. So the two overwhelming favorites were anxiety. Like 69% of all respondents said, hey, we need to learn about anxiety. We're struggling with anxiety. And then 73% said, hey, we're dealing with stress. Compared to the other topics, the next closest was at 35%. So anxiety and stress were the runaway favorites, and this is through every school. This is the feedback that we got from Hank Jones. He's a part of the Superintendent Youth Council. He also did a presentation. We're talking about what causes student stress and anxiety, right? So this is things that students said: stress from school workload, feeling disconnected, more schoolwork, forgetting how to interact with people, don't feel ambitious or motivated for the future. There's anxiety from school, global events, cultural affairs, and personal actions. School and community leaders have a profound impact. See, our next question was, how would you prefer to learn about mental health? Like individual, group workshops, online, videos, and other. Again, we're just trying to get a heartbeat for like, okay, what if we use these type of learning avenues, what's going to give us the best turnout so that we can get this kind of information to our students. All right, and students had some other comments and solutions. They said they wanted better understanding and support from the teachers. They really liked electives or classes over mental health topics. One thing that one student pointed out was that they all have to take health, but they only talk about physical health and they never talk about mental health. They want more counselors. A lot of them said they have built-in time during the class period to deal with mental health. In another summit that we did with the superintendent, there were 3 students who could pinpoint the teacher where they actually got to do this in class and said that that helped them out so much. And it was, I can't remember the teachers' names, but the students immediately said, this teacher does this, and I really appreciate it. They want better advertisement on social media, affordable professional mental health counseling. And some of these are from Hank's presentation as well. Events and socializing opportunities, and more education on healthy stress management. And they want teachers to express patient and compassionate teaching style. And they would also like for teachers to stagger tests, essays, and other point-heavy big assignments. Then eliminate late and diminishing credit policy. All right. So some of the main takeaways: students are aware of mental health resources available to them. They need support when it comes to dealing with anxiety and stress. And students prefer people that they have rapport or relationship with when they need help with mental health.
Only thing I would add is that as you looked at the solutions, student solutions, we've been working on, this is not a new thing, right? We've been listening to students all year, last year, and we've been incorporating some of our work into supporting some of those solutions. For example, you all just voted to approve Hazel Health, right? Affordable and accessible mental health. So that was a direct result of student voice, students saying what you're seeing up here. We've also brought those students into the administrative leadership team to speak directly to the principals. So Hank and I believe one of his student colleagues did a presentation at the ALT meeting months ago to share some of these needs that students have so that we can start processing them at an administrative level, which then obviously trickles down to a support level in the classroom, what teachers can do. Also for our department. So ALT is not just principals, it's our department leaders as well. So our department leaders are able to hear what those needs are. And then also we come together then to support. How do we support students, right? And I thought it was really telling. And I don't know if you saw the smirk on my face when you asked that question as one of the topics you wanted to discuss, because we are working there. And I felt really positive that as a board, you were interested in that as well. And so we're just kind of symbiotically meshing in terms of our work. We're not there by any means. Our kids have significant needs, as Josh points out in his work in surveying them and working with them. And Josh's work will continue through the next 2 years. We had a commitment of this year and next year from the city of Lakewood in terms of our partnership. And of course, we have ESSER dollars that will contribute as well before they quote unquote fall off the table in terms of that 2024 date. So we're going to continue to work and support our students. And again, I thank you, Josh, for bringing the information. If you guys have any questions for Josh or just want to jump right into your discussion. Yeah.
I have 2 extra questions. Do the students feel heard? And did they ask for next steps for them?
So the first question of, do students feel heard?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're starting to feel heard, but again, that depends on each student. Some of the students who may be a part of the Youth Advisory Council and may be in part of some of these conversations feel really heard. And then there's other students who are stragglers who may be skipping or who may not feel as heard. So it just kind of depends on the students.
And then Ron, this might be more for you. When they talk about, having relationship with teachers, are we, they have 8 teachers.
Mhm.
So what are we doing to make sure that our teachers are hearing or listening or seeing the signs? Do they have ongoing training? What are we doing for them?
Quite frankly, the main focus for teachers at this point in understanding all students is our equity work, is understanding our students, whether they are from a different culture, whether they are a special needs student, whether they are a military student, right? Whether they're an MLL student, a multilanguage learner, whether they, we're working to understand our students so that we can be responsive to their needs. And that builds relationship, right? And that training is ongoing, has been for the last 3 years.
Question for him or a conversation? I don't know if, yeah. So if we have questions.
Josh, then we can allow Josh to kind of go.
Yeah.
into the spam.
Or if it's just a topic for us.
Well, I have some questions. You know, on one of your slides here, you said what causes student stress and anxiety, and stress from school workload.
Mhm.
It is going to be work. One of our goals as a district is to prepare students for the future, for wherever they go. And so there is always going to be some kind of workload. And, I guess there's always some stress on that.
Mhm.
So my question is when you did this survey, were you looking for people that are coming out of the COVID thing and looking for answers from a COVID issue? Or is this looking at students in a more normal education process?
I think with students in a more education process, which is why we wanted so many feedback. It wasn't just like, oh, we see you have some issues from COVID. It was like, this is for the general student body so that we can get the broadest data.
Also, the only thing I would add to that is when the students spoke to workload, those that spoke to us directly, spoke to me directly, it was less about the amount of work that they did from an individual class and more about how the classes stacked on each other. So they were asking for, if I have a 4 or 5 page paper due as a final in language arts, can it not be the same week that I have my math final? So that was the workload. And don't get me wrong, they were saying it's a lot of work, especially coming back. And that was related to COVID because it was, hey, we were at home doing this, and then we were back into this structured element, but we didn't do this. We were out of practice of this for so long. So could you guys not stack finals like on top of each other? And we were like, yeah, like we're doing that. And that was a realization for us. So that was more of the workload in terms of when my youth advisory council would give feedback and they would present. And I think they presented the similar information at the city council because Hank also serves on the city's youth council.
Yeah. And I do think that that's important to look at. And I agree with you, Paul, though. Life is going to be stressful and you need to learn how to deal with the stress. However, not being in school that long ago, I feel teachers do that. The tests line up. So like, in college, it just happened that whatever lessons they do, they do a test in the middle of the semester and they do the finals at the end. The finals are more staggered because it's based in college because it's based off time, but always the midterms landed on the same week. And I always thought, is there not a better method for this? Because you cannot devote your time to studying for one test when you have 5 tests that same week. So I like that suggestion, but I also agree with you, Paul. It's not about taking workload away. It's about balancing it because life, I mean, if you want to go to medical school, they're not going to say, hey, let me make this easy for you. I don't want a brain surgeon who's took it easy on their course load, but I think there's a balance probably.
Do you have recommendations that you bring either to ALT or to the board for consideration as to how to deal with the mental health concerns of the students?
there's something I'm working on. It's a project after reviewing this and taking it in that I hope to have.
Go ahead. Is Greater Lakes Mental Health a part of this table research discussion?
No, they're not part of this project in terms of this work, but they are a resource of ours. And so as Josh synthesizes this information, he'll be bringing that back to us, and then we'll be formulating what the question that you just asked, like, okay, what are the things we think we can do to support the 73%, I think it was, that said they wouldn't engage, or looking at the two areas that they said they would engage. So then we'll go to our partners and say, this is the data that we have. How can we then build programming around supporting, getting as many kids who need the support to access the support?
Wondering how often can we hope to have your assessment of student mental health before the board, because supporting teachers, students, that's a priority, obviously, for us. So your input as you get feedback to us, I think, would be very valuable.
Yeah, we definitely, even as part of the partnership with the city wants to know how their money's being spent and is it effective. And I think we've actually set up this same presentation for the 18th of July. But we will be coming back periodically as part of Josh's consultant work. We've built in periodic check-ins, and so we will come back to the board just like we will with the city to let you know what's going on with the work that we're doing and how we're responding.
And no doubt, Wheels Been Invented research is available for the work you're doing. So citations and white papers, and how can we help is a concern that I would encourage.
I think having this conversation is big, and even bringing someone like me in, just working in other school districts, just knowing that there's not this where people are actually listening to student voice and saying like, hey, this is what we want and need. So I think just having this conversation and having this discussion is super helpful. And then as we move forward, we'll see what comes out of it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And when you get done with this project and you look back, what will you put up as success?
That's a really good question. I think it goes back to equity, right? We want students to be served, and we want all students to be served, right? We want them to, when it regards to mental health, everybody has mental health, right? It looks different culturally, class-wise, but success would be that every student, even if they don't utilize it, that we have given them what they needed, if they need it, if they want it. And so I think success is just building bigger strategies when it comes to mental health, and different systems so that different students can engage the way that they need to engage.
Okay, so some of the slides you showed said that they were aware of stuff was out there, but they're not utilizing it. So that to me is, from my perspective, frustrating. So the question is how do we increase utilization? And to give you, from my perspective, you know, I worked with one of my clients last Thursday, and I spent several hours working with one of my clients, actually hauling stuff they were moving, hauling stuff to the dump. The next day I was driving to Eastern Washington to a family reunion, and I get a call from one of my friends, and the man I'd worked with the day before had taken his own life. That was a shocker to me. I mean, we were talking about our children, we were talking about all those kinds of things, and that's what is crushing to us in this education system, when if one of our children takes their own life. And, you know, I mean, and so we classified it under a mental health issue, right? I think it may not be mental health, maybe something else, but let's just assume it's mental health. Then how do we get to the place where we help them so that they don't make that kind of choice?
I think that increasing their access and seeing that they are accessing, because Paul, what you just described, we go through when we see that a suicide risk assessment was done on a 4th grade student or a 12th grade student, but it's getting to where it's kind of the go-to, unfortunately, the go-to response for younger and younger students is I'm going to harm myself in some way, right? And so when we talk about success, I think, as Josh said, getting students access and getting them to access these services, I think, is what our next step is based on the data that we saw. And so we'll get into that planning stage. And, when we get that access, the goal is to have less risk assessments like that. The goal is to have less kids turning to the phrase, I'll shoot this place up, because that's their only mechanism, right? We know not every kid who says that, but obviously we have to respond when a student says something like that. So if we can provide the avenues for students to vent in a healthy and constructive way, to share in a healthy and constructive way, right? So that they don't build up, and then that pops off or pops out of their mouth, or they're going to say they're going to hurt themselves. So to me, that's where I would like to see success coming from this particular system of support. Identifying what we've identified and then getting to work on how do we get you to the peer-to-peer, because you've told us that peer-to-peer is 34%. I thought it was, maybe it was higher than that. That's something they would access. So it's really getting them the access, giving them the opportunity to access, and then getting them to actually access it so that they build those skills. Because if they're not doing what I just described earlier, unfortunately, all those negative things, then they can focus on their education more, right?
Correct. Well, I mean, as we watch the news, I mean, we looked at the Texas school. It just got shot up here in the last month or so. After the fact, we get really smart about this child had been acting out in lots of areas, and there were lots of people that saw some of those symptoms, and yet we didn't learn that until after the fact. And so
He wasn't enrolled in school. I just want to make that clear because the school didn't fail there. He was not a student. He had dropped out of high school. So I just want to make that clear because I don't want you thinking that it was anyone thinking it was the school's failure. He was not. From what I had read, he wasn't attending. So I just wanted to not blame the school there.
well, that's just one example, but there are others. The bottom line is, and this isn't just a school problem. This is a community problem. I mean, to just say, hey, it's all school. I mean, that's part of the issue here. I think in all communities, they want school to solve every problem, and it's communities, it's neighbor to neighbor. And so, the question is how do we get our neighbors smart on some of these issues? I mean, what does a child look like when they're ready to act out in some way? Are there some symptoms? Are there some things you look for?
I would also say reducing the stigma. Things have been going very well, I think, in that direction. But when I think back when I was younger, no one really went to the counselor. Some people did, but that wasn't an option. Oh, you're having a rough day. Go to the counselor. That wasn't a thing. The counselor came in and talked to you about not doing drugs, right? And so I think that the stigma is lessening, I guess you could say. You see kids are on social media all the time. People talk about going to therapy, going to counseling for your marriage just because you want it to improve, not because you're on the path to divorce. I think that the topic, people are talking about it more. They're more willing to say, I see a counselor for my own mental health. And I do think that there are warning signs, but with anxiety, a lot of people just keep that in. I'm not saying I have issues with mental health, but a lot of people feel a tremendous amount of stress, pressure. They're working, they are raising their children. Their anxiety is at all-time high. They worry when they send their kids out into the world because of things like the school shooting. And you have to figure out how to deal with those. And I think just the option to speak to someone who isn't your parent or your spouse or someone within your family. And I think that the more adults talk about it, the more likely children will be willing to take those services. But I think that you know, I'm guilty. I'm not one that's like, yeah, let's go to counseling, but it is a great resource and I'm seeing it more. So I'm hoping that that helps as well.
Make my comment. I was surprised, pleasantly surprised with the awareness at 69%.
Mhm.
And I thought, you know, that shows that someone somewhere, either through school, through, I know schools have posters up,
Mhm.
there's signage, and the fact that it's 69%, so at least, you know, a majority of our students certainly have in the back of their mind that there is someone they can talk to. And, you know, much of this report really truly reminded me, quite Ron, I'm going to say this, of the Ruby Payne work, you know, her work with poverty. And she said the thing that students want is a relationship.
Mhm.
And until you have a relationship with a student, they're not going to reach out to you. So, and I know that this, I believe this district has done just that with teachers, with the understanding, if you have to have a relationship with a student
Mhm.
to move this student. So this kind of, you know, really reminded me of Ruby Payne's work on a different, at a different topic, I guess.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I was very pleasantly just happy to see social media be one of the topics. Cause I always think, what is happening now that didn't happen before? Like why, COVID aside, why are the suicide rates up so high? Like what is happening and what are we doing to fail our children? But then I think, I really feel like social media just plays a massive factor. People are mean, relentless, adults, children. It's like, you know, you're learning those behaviors,
Mhm.
quite frankly, a lot of times from the adults. They say, don't be a bully. And then you read the comments online and you know darn well that most of those are adults making
Mhm.
those comments. And then it's like, you know, when you have kids or adults behind a screen saying, you know, go kill yourself, do this pretty soon. If that, you know, you're ugly. I mean, I've
Mhm.
seen, you know, viral videos and like, it's a funny, cute video and the comments are just yikes. If you don't have a thick skin, that is brutal.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so you know, hopefully there can be a cultural shift there. I'm not holding my breath though.
I want to thank you for your presentation and your involvement at this juncture and this level, because as Alyssa said, and all of us at the table, and the city's involvement too, they're concerned about the youth of our community. It's the future, which leads me to say presentations in the school by community health professionals, mental health, Greater Lakes Mental Health, to help the students in the student body presentations say to watch for signs.
Mm.
Because tomorrow night at our workshop, we'll be dealing with sex trafficking, and there are signs that we need to be aware of. So similarly with, I think, mental health, I think that would be a good segue into what future emphasis might be.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Other questions for Josh? Josh, thank you. I appreciate your time tonight and look forward to our work together.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. If you want to continue the conversation or move
If there's
forward.
anything else that anyone wants to talk, otherwise we could take a bathroom break and then come back for our next topic. But if anyone has anything else to say on that, I really appreciate this. Was good info. Very good.
And that, you know, the whole social media, Facebook thing, what I hear is that by the very fact that they have this snapshot of someone that they may not even know having a perfect world, going to the perfect place, having this family, having the right clothes, and they internalize that not me. I'm not good enough to have that. I don't have that. I'll never have that. And the mental health person that I was speaking to said, you know, if they could, the comparisons of this and this, and then it goes further, this is what you have to do. You have to be doing this to be this, and it's just not natural, and it's not accurate. And being that our students age, you know, 8th grade to 12th grade, having the maturity and the wisdom to know what is real versus what's
For free on the internet and then wear it.
and
then
the
they wonder-
expectations aren't real. And, you know, there's such, you know, you look at that age group and the growth and all of that that comes with it. You know, that comparison is brutal. Is just, even if it's not bullying, it's brutal. The fact that I don't have this, I can't have that. I'll never be this. There's no there's no personal gain. It's like, don't compete against those others. Compete against yourself. Well, if you're in social media, you're not competing against yourself.
Well, yeah, you have to find your own happiness, but you can't find your own happiness really when you're in 8th grade, right? Your money depends on your parents. Where like when you're an adult, when you're an adult, you're going to realize people have more than you. Some people have less than you, and that's life. And you have to move forward, but you can find your own happiness when you're an adult. When you're in 8th grade and you're asking your parents to buy you the nice shoes and you don't understand why you can't get the nice shoes, and then you go online and all your friends have them. It's a rough world only because social media throws it right back in your face, which it didn't used to be.
Some of what we're trying to do, as you're thinking about 8th graders, I spent 8, 9, 10, 11 years at the middle school level between assistant and principal. And it is such a hard time for kids, right? And so when we talk about the social emotional learning, like our elementary schools using Second Step and our 6 through 12s using character counts curriculum, we're working in those classroom circles and in our advisories to try to support some of that, right? That's that idea of it's not necessarily like an aggressive bullying thing, but when someone doesn't have the shoes or the clothing, when we want to build character, it's the surrounding, right? It's as much working on the subject of the issue as it is those that are around, right? Because you don't stop, I'll use this example in terms of bullying. You don't stop a bully because you suspend them. You don't.
Oh.
That just means that they got consequence, and it might be maybe for a couple of days when I get back from the suspension. You truly stop a bully when the people around say, that's not cool. We don't do that here, right? They make those comments and they don't buy into it. And that's where our social emotional learning is going, as well as, working on the subject who might be having the feelings, but it's also working on the people around, because that's when true culture shifts. And so it won't be this year before we stop it, right? But we're going to make a dent every year, every day, every class period. Our goal is to make a dent, and a whole bunch of little dents or little steps creates the movement. So
let me ask you a question, Ron, and isolation. These kids have been through an isolation that we can't even, we're adults. We'll just, shake it off, get over it. Let's move on. Well, but what I'm saying is these students have gone through this isolation, even though they've come back to school, they're still, like they haven't been eating together. They don't have recess together. It's not total. It's not whole. They're still being isolated and they feel isolated. So I would think that's also a big piece, because those middle school kids and those high school, they're social beings. Social being is a huge piece of their development. So
if you were in this room yesterday when we had our first in-person administrative leadership team meeting, one of the things that I said to our team, and I said this at the beginning of COVID, I said that COVID's going to be hard. The recovery is going to be harder. And what I said to my team yesterday is that these next 3 years will be the hardest. You as a board will have a lot of questions, and you'll wonder why certain things haven't gone the way we wanted them to, or even maybe why certain things have declined. This next 3 years will be the hardest, right? And that doesn't diminish how hard COVID is and was, but this next 3 to 4 years will be harder because we forgot how to have those social interactions that you were talking about, Carol. And it's not just kids who have forgotten that, right? We've had conversations with us as a staff team, as building staff team, as receptionists, folks that the first people folks see when they walk into a building, because we forgot how. And in a lot of cases with our kids, they never learned how to be kindergartners. So they came back in the 2nd grade and they never had that year. They never learned how to be 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. They didn't get those natural learning moments. And then they were thrust into a 9th grade year where they never really learned how to be the cusp of a 9th grade because they didn't get the 6th, 7th grade full experiences. And so we're moving through those cohorts of children are moving through. some that never learned how. This is why some of the issues that we see happening happen, because that's their go-to, right? And for some of us as adults, we forgot how. We forgot how to interface with each other civilly. It was easier because it was a computer screen, and we, like you said, we just typed something and hit send or whatever. So the recovery, and again, we go back to the tape. I'm sure I said it many times. COVID's going to be hard. The recovery is going to be harder. And that was my challenge to my team yesterday, is that it's going to be hard and we've got work to do. So we got to get to that work.
It's important to remember, even if you don't think that it affected a child, it probably did. I mean, I would just give you an example of my own kid. He was social during COVID because he has cousins, and I thought he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. I don't think COVID's going to affect him. Okay, wrong. He signed up for swim lessons this week. He is so awkward. And it's like there is, 3-year-old behavior, but he's timid. He's scared. There's strangers. And I really did not think that COVID would affect him. And then he also had a speech delay. And now we're finding out that COVID has created an increase in speech therapy requests. I mean, it's astronomical because people were wearing masks. You weren't speaking to anyone really outside of your family. So even if you think I fared really well, maybe a student didn't, and you won't know that until they get into the middle of socializing or doing sports or whatever it may be.
Well, and they have to get back into that. And I know, Ron, thank you. As I had my grandson just finished 2nd grade, and there's so many things he doesn't do socially, even though he's outgoing. He's got a timidness about being willing to try something, which our family's pretty competitive. So it's really hard for this kid who's not there. And it's like, what's wrong with him?
Students, just your grandchild.
What I'm saying is he doesn't have that because he didn't learn little kickball. He didn't learn those things because he got pulled out of kindergarten in March. And it's getting there, but he's never been to a school assembly. They haven't had lunch. They haven't eaten lunch together. The things they haven't done. Now I'm going to say something. And whenever I get the opportunity, thank you, congratulations, and God bless our staff, because especially, when you, at the end of the year, when you see a principal, they kind of have this, we made it. They all did something none of us went to college to do what they did. And kudos to our staff. They did, especially the administrators. They didn't carry it on their sleeve. It never came across to parents. And I just think that they did an outstanding job. And you're so right. When you read anything from the American Journal or from always by these next 3 years, we know test scores are probably going to go down, is what they're predicting. Test scores are still going to continue to go down. Kids are still going to be disengaged. Still kids will be having these problems. And it's going to take 3 years for recovery to begin.
Everyone up for 2 years. So it's going to take some time to get back into the swing of things. And, I want to make it clear that it's not an excuse. We need to keep moving forward, but at the same time, it is reality and we can't deny reality. That people struggle. We always say kids are so resilient, and they really are. But, I'm sure other people felt it, a year into COVID, 6 months, you felt it was Groundhog Day. You just kept reliving the same day over and over again. And I'm like, time was going fast, time was going slow. And I'm like, this is really strange. And then that's our adult life. Kids, life goes by, if you remember how long December took for Christmas to get there, can you imagine what 2 years felt to all the kids? Are there any other comments, or should we take a quick break and come back to our next topic? Sounds. Yeah, like 5 minutes or so. Get easy. I'm going back to the WASDA policy review really quick because my emails came out of order. So WASDA did get back to us and they have some pricing. If you can just pass this around. We have 10 minutes, I'm 9 minutes, so I'm feeling okay. And I want to, but I also want to make sure you have this because my phone came out of order. Okay, so there's different options. So I say that we maybe take a look and come back to this. Maybe a workshop, one of the first workshop topics or something like that of how we can make this happen. So you can either, it says they can either chunk it out in a different series, which is what we talked about. We talked about doing the 100s or 1000 series, 2000, whatever, keep going up from there. Or do a 12 to 24 month option. I personally kind of liked the chunking it out version, just because you can, we have a lot of policies, so you can go based off series per se. I mean,
So- I'm sorry.
yeah.
I have a suggestion. Since we're just seeing this for the first time,
So-
did you suggest we put it
Yeah.
up? Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure that, yeah, and I apologize. I just checked my phone again and the old email came and before this one. So, yeah, I'll put it as a workshop topic for tomorrow night when we put the topics up on the board, and then we can discuss it at a future date because it is important. We need to do it right. All right. So we will go to our academic excellence.
Okay, so yes, one of the topics, second topic for tonight from your previous workshop was on academic excellence, and the district has asked Deputy Superintendent Labaugh and Director Brian Gable, Director of Assessment, to do a quick presentation to help again start your conversation.
So before we begin, since there's a great deal of material here, I'm wondering if we can have questions as needed per slide. Otherwise, if we wait till the end, it becomes somewhat overwhelming.
Are you suggesting like questions right after my presentation and then questions after Director Gable's presentation?
There's a pink slip that breaks it down. But there's a divider.
Oh, yes, exactly. The question I think you had, Brian, was that we address slide questions for each presenter as we move along. That would be
Yes.
my preference, yes.
Yeah, that works. For
So
me.
let's just clarify. So I think what I hear you, Director Anderson, asking is if you want to ask questions slide by slide as each presenter goes through. And I heard Brian saying, wait until the end of his presentation and ask questions and then the end, but that's not what you were saying.
I would suggest
Okay.
breaking it up by this. Here, because this is a slide by slide. The presentation. It's not quite as long.
On the slide and I go back to that. I think for the sake of
Listening.
the listening and having a presenter have their continuity, as long as we do have a chance to answer our questions, they may be more at the end. But
It's
and sometimes in the conversation, we get those answers. So I don't want to wait for the whole thing like he suggested. I would definitely do it in the two. Break it up in two.
thing on questions because some people have many questions at the end, which is great. I would suggest kind of a round robin type of situation. So it kind of like breaks it up based off speaker, if that works. Okay.
Good. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
All right, so thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about our district plan for improvement. As a reminder, our district plan is used by the schools to develop their annual action. annual action plans. We'll move forward. There we go. So every month, our Academic Improvement Committee, or we call it AIC, meets to oversee the district improvement plan since its development 4 years ago to monitor progress within each of these 3 goal areas. The goal of the committee is to message, advise, and ensure that all district initiatives are in alignment with the district improvement plan. This group meets each month to collaborate around initiatives, monitor accountability, deepen their own learning to focus on the direction of the district's plan. To ensure the direct line of accountability and communication of goals, the district's plan has become the middle piece between the board's accountability plan for board goals and the school annual action plans. The board goals and accountability measures have created the framework and guide for the district improvement goals, objectives, and strategies. In turn, the district's plan creates the framework and guide for the school annual action plan strategies. Schools then create an action plan for the strategies that are outlined in the district's plan. For example, for the 21-22 school year, the following strategies are in all of the school annual action plans as outlined by the district plan of improvement. So under academics, goal 1, teachers implement high leverage, high impact instructional strategies using district curriculum guides to provide for inclusive and culturally responsive classrooms. In goal 2, they use strategies for ensuring mastery as well. In goal 1, utilizing the PLC plus the professional learning community process, all teachers implement appropriate just-in-time flexible in-class tier 2 interventions in response to common formative data analyzed to meet any individual student need. In goal 2, family engagement, school annual action plans strategy was to build capacity among staff to engage positively and effectively to actively gather all student, family, and community voices using multiple means and methods, such as stakeholder listening sessions, restorative practices, wraparound services, community-based organization partnerships, for example, strengthen mutual respect and communication to facilitate community between schools and families. Under goal 3, safe and inclusive environments, create a tier 1 system of school-wide expectations using the district's multi-tiered system of support handbook and data analysis protocol to ensure common language and reinforcement of social emotional learning standards, skills, and strategies across settings and throughout the day. Implement tier 2 and tier 3 intervention systems using the district's MTSS handbook or multi-tiered systems of support and data analysis protocol implementing social emotional learning interventions based on student need. On this slide, there's a lot of words. Basically here is just to give you an overview of the 3 goal areas in the district's plan. Underneath each of the goal topics are the objectives. And then if we were to go further or drill further into the actual document, there would be strategies to each of these objectives. During the 2021 school year, we identified some touch points to examine student success throughout their K-12 education and looked at how to further implement them in the 21-22 school year. So those touch points are as follows. Early literacy screening, this was required by the state for us to do, as well as us looking at how do we screen our early readers to ensure students are on track throughout kindergarten through 2nd grade. This is a preventative checkpoint to ensure students are receiving early foundational reading skills. We then look later at elementary at reading at grade level. This is also OSPI monitors our reading at grade level, grades K4. And we do also with our district assessments like STAR, classroom-based assessments, and the Smarter Balance. This is also data that's reported on an annual basis, and the data helps schools filter students that are in need of daily intervention. We then looked at Algebra Readiness in middle school. It's a checkpoint that is used to ensure that students are ready to be successful in algebra by their freshman year or earlier in high school. Learning strategy classes at the middle school level is a means to intervene for students that are not proficient at this checkpoint. Then we have ninth grade on track is a preventative checkpoint in high school to ensure students are successful in their first year of high school and have earned the appropriate amount of credits during their transition from middle to high school on their way to high school graduation, which is our other checkpoint. At the end of high school, looking at have students earn enough credit to graduate in 4 years and graduate on time. These touch points or checkpoints have allowed the Academic Improvement Committee to align programs that either expose all students to core programs and course to support success or provide intervention with each grade span or checkpoint based on student outcome data. Increased language proficiency, equity and access, and the supportive, safe, and inclusive environment are core components of each of these programs. These programs create an umbrella for student success. As the district continues to respond to students through inclusionary practices, a multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS, and responsive pedagogy, and all under kind of this umbrella of inclusionary practices, MTSS, and responsive pedagogy. So underneath each of those checkpoints, there are other things that we're looking at in terms of what are we doing in terms of strategies to increase, for example, algebra readiness, or students being on ninth grade on track. All right, it's going to move here. So this year, during the AIC meetings, we reflected on what is currently successful at each as it relates to the district's plan for improvement. Each month, the committee has focused on questions such as we think about the plan strategies, what are the current barriers? Where are we seeing success? We also investigated each goal and asked the committee, what's the current reality? Having worked in the district's plan for 4 years, do the current accountability measures help us monitor the work in a meaningful way? And what might be the next steps or modifications for these strategies? So you can see over the course of the year, we reviewed the 21-22 initiatives, what is in our school annual action plans, and then we looked into goal 1, then we went to goal 3, and then back to goal 2, just looking deeper at the objectives and strategies that are in the plan. So some of our findings, as we reflected on the work of the district's plan the last 4 years, there has been alignment created between the board's accountability plan, the district plan, and the school annual action plan. There's a balance between goals being whole child focused, academics, families, and social emotional. All district committees work have aligned its focus to the district's plan. Those are like a district literacy committee, district math committee, district science committee. Strategies are focused enough for action planning, but open enough for school specific autonomy. The district plan provides guidance for adoption of measurement tools, and additional data measures have been developed to measure progress of objectives and strategies, such as our social emotional screener that we put in place this year and our early literacy screener that we also put in place this year. There have also been challenges identified as we've gone through this process. There is over-representation of strategies. Basically, we have too many strategies outlined in the district's plan, making it hard to focus and monitor growth. More direct alignment between strategies and progress monitoring tools. So the strategy actually has a measurement. As we reduce our strategies, we want to ensure that there's a concrete measuring tool outlined for progress monitoring and accountability. And there are some measurement tools that will need to be updated as we move forward. As we plan for next year, that is the fifth and final year of the current district improvement plan. The goal of the end of the 22-23 school year is to have an updated or revised district strategic plan for the next 5 years. The process will include a comprehensive needs assessment, including parents, students, and community input. The needs assessment will focus on academic outcomes such as proficiency and growth data, from STAR, Smarter Balance Assessments, et cetera, our social emotional screener data, healthy youth survey data, Center for Educational Effectiveness data from staff, families, and students. The support of staff, student, and community, creating a profile of a graduate to base our instructional framework on. Within each goal, we'll update the language to ensure it's inclusionary and focuses on equity and access for students, families, and staff. The objectives and strategies will be synthesized to ensure that all schools are focused on the same instructional, family engagement, and social emotional learning strategies to create fidelity and access across the district for students and families. We'll also update our measurements and assessments to make sure that there's a tool for each of the district strategic plan strategies to monitor the impact of student achievement. The district strategic plan will continue to create the instructional framework within the 3 district-wide initiatives, professional learning communities plus multi-tiered systems of support, back to that umbrella slide, and inclusionary practices for all school-wide action plans and programming to positively impact student achievement. It's the end of my presentation.
Before the next slides.
Have some preliminary short answer questions. You may have mentioned, but what positions comprise the Academic Improvement Committee?
So on our Academic Improvement Committee are school administrators as well as department leaders. So teaching and learning, student services, information technology services, assessment, the major instructional departments that we have here, and then leaders from across elementary, middle, and high school.
And thank you. How often does the AIC meet?
We meet every month.
And what are the district initiatives?
But so we focus this year on, we're going to start, COVID kind of set us back a little bit. Our intent at the beginning of the year was to focus on professional learning communities, our PLC plus, MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, and social emotional inclusive practices. We did focus on those throughout the year, but we're going to basically start again this fall, focusing even more in depth on those 3 topics. We kept an MTSS committee going all year that actually did provide us some background information, allowed us to examine social emotional learning screeners, and we did put those in place this year. So it was helpful to have that committee meet, but we're clear about what we want to achieve next year. We do have social emotional learning curriculum in place. We have second step for our elementary and middle school students, and then we have Character Strong for our high school students, 9-12. We could further develop that work. Our late starts are around our professional learning communities, and we're deepening the work of those professional learning communities, having them re-examine the questions that they ask as they look at planning, the data that they get from assessments and evaluations of students, and then looking on how to improve their instructional practices. So we're going to continue those initiatives going into the 22-23 school year. We had to focus a little bit on COVID mitigation early on in the school year, and we just didn't want to overwhelm everyone with what we were trying to do to keep the spread of COVID down. But we didn't let up. We just we didn't go full bore. We let up a little bit on the accelerator, but we still met around all that. We also worked heavily this year on inclusion, so that making sure our multilingual learners and our students receiving special services are included in all gen ed settings, and how do we support them with additional supports in the classroom, whether that additional staff member pushes in or that classroom is co-taught. We did a lot of work around that this year as well, but we're going to continue that work into the 22-23 school year.
more questions, but I don't want to obligate or dominate, so. Okay, so one more quick answer. How often does the AIC report to the school board?
We haven't, this is probably the first time we've reported this year to you. We kind of do it in different ways. It may be more like the district science committee is looking at an adoption, right? Which we did this spring. We adopted new science materials. But have we reported our progress to the board? Not necessarily. I think we could do that more often.
As a workshop topic tomorrow. You can suggest that as a workshop topic if you'd like tomorrow. Anthony, do you have any questions? Okay. Carol?
On the academic and the committee, and I understand and I realize these are our truly what I'm going to refer to as our professional educators. How does that trickle down to our staff for delivery to our students? How is that tracked or traced or whatever?
So the district's improvement plan is the tool that schools use to develop their annual action plan. So in November this year, you approved the school's annual action plans, which are taking the goal areas, the 3 goal areas from the district improvement plan and the strategies identified from the district improvement plan. And then they talk about how they're going to make those strategies come alive at their schools, right? So the teams at the school level look at how could they move that initiative forward at their school based on the resources and tools that they have, or maybe additional professional development that they need. But they look at those and then internalize those and create an action plan. And then that in turn is what you guys look at in November when you approve their annual action plans.
I also want to
You would normally see that from school reports, which most of you are familiar with school reports. But again, this past year and a half, 2 years of COVID, we did not ask our principals to do school reports. For example, this past year, they were spending most of their days doing COVID mitigation, right? So we will be beginning school reports again this next year as well.
Well, and Dave, since you're new, and if I can just say this, I know that those schools take their school plans very, very seriously, being as comprehensive and in-depth as they can be. They own those. It's not a district-made object that actually goes back to the school, goes back to the schools, and the schools develop them. And their annual plans, they take those seriously. They own those. So I'm really proud of the fact that that's their working document for what works at their school from this work. Is that still the process and how that goes?
Yes, and we've added, Carol, to that. Every year they do a mid-year report back to their council level supervisor where they are on their school annual action plans. And just this week, they're finalizing their update for their council level supervisor. It's due on Friday, their final update for the year. So what progress have they made? If they weren't able to make progress, why? Did they change an action step? And why did they do that? It's a way for them to reflect on the year as they then move to planning for the 22-23 school year.
So that would definitely be a good example of us telling the superintendent what to do, not how to do. And I really appreciate they have to report to council members. They're council member twice a year. I think accountability is really important. And accounting to somebody who's outside of their building, but looking at them with a critical eye and an encouraging eye is a good thing to do. So thank you.
And again, twice a year, they're reporting on this, but incrementally in between those checkpoints, they have regular meetings with their council supervisor, whether it's the executive director or the assistant superintendent, on a vast array of things that they're doing to support that plan.
I just wanted to mention that the create a profile of a graduate that caught my eye because they spoke about that at NSBA. And I know Carol and I were in the same session and it was cool. So I'm happy to see that on the planning forward slide.
Yeah, that's some work that the state of Washington and OSPI has done, as well as the State Board of Ed. But it's based off of a state level view versus a district level or community level approach, what we're looking at.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, if we go to the first slide, Brian, it talks about district improvement plan. So what are we trying to improve?
So we
What's the
have,
target? What's the target we're aiming at?
so in goal 1, it's prepare all students for college and career readiness by increasing academic achievement and closing the gaps in the achievement and college readiness. So if you go into the measurement goals, you would see smarter balance data, STAR data, 9th grade on track, 9th grade failure rate, all that stuff would be inside of the measurement tool. So we would be monitoring each year. Goes back to your accountability plan you have with the superintendent. Those data points that are in that accountability plan are also found in the district improvement plan.
Okay, and then your second slide was a little confusing to me. You know, I mean, you have the board's goals up there, but this is an old version. This is a 2016-17. So fiscal was missing. There's no mention of EDI on there. So I was a little confused. And then we jump ahead to the 2018-2023 improvement plan. So this slide, whoever threw it together or put it together I don't think has all the right documents in place from my perspective. I guess the other thing that when you have these kind of plans that, you know, there's a 3-step method. The first thing is, you know, when you come onto a situation where there's a problem, and I think there are some problems, you got to do the fireman method, which is you got to stop the bleeding. That's the very first thing in first aid, stop the bleeding. And so, you know, I think we need to look at those kinds of things. So I'd be interested in what you're doing to stop bleeding. And then once you got the bleeding stopped, then you have to say, what are we going to do to get better? And certainly we need to have some kind of recovery plan. And we're going to be talking about that later on, you know, because of the issues of COVID. And then the other thing is when you look at our standing within the state, we're pretty low. If you're not around the 50% mark, you're getting behind every year. So you got to get at least to 50% before it even works. So when you start doing the math, so if we're going to make this district improve, we need to figure out a way to get us up to the 50% point. And you got some slides later on, maybe it wasn't in your brief, but in the next briefing, that it'll be interesting to see what math they use to do what they're doing. So those are a couple of my comments.
I think you'll see in the next presentation where Director Gable is going to talk about monitoring student growth, right? So you're referring to what the state puts out on the state report card as proficiency data, right? And so yes, proficiency data needs to improve, but to do that, you got to see growth happen with students, right? So you may not realize that ultimate proficiency goal right away, but you can realize growth, student growth.
I guess I would challenge you on that, Brian, a little bit. I mean, if we're teaching to standards, either you know the standard or you don't. Certainly we can talk about growth, but you know, I've sat on this board a long time now and had other board members tell me, well, if we increase 0.1%, that's improvement. Well, yeah, you can say that, but it's leaving too many people behind. So I struggle with the growth idea, but it'll be interesting to hear what you have to say when we get to that part of the brief.
I would mention on growth, just one thing. I agree, there needs to be growth, but I do feel, this is my personal opinion, is I I feel like you're asking them to turn the Titanic when we're recovering from a pandemic. So we do need growth, but if incremental growth is not good enough for you, then you expect to see a large jump in 1 year. We're going from to 50% in 1 year. Is that what you're expecting when the entire country knows that, I mean, there has been report after report that test scores are going to be down after COVID, and there's going to be a 3-year recovery period. But in the Clover Park School District, we better be getting to 50% in the next year. Of course, you would all love that, but is that realistic, or are we just yelling that number?
Well, I think it is realistic. And I gave an example last Monday. If you just go watch the movie Stand and Deliver, Jamie Escalante was in a school where everything was bad and they said they couldn't, and yet they did. And so, yeah, it can be done. You just have to choose to do it.
I guess I'm a realist. I am. And I'm not going to, and I don't base my life off movies. So I'm just going to throw that out there.
This is a true story of a teacher that was in a school district that took minority students and started teaching them high or level math when everybody in the department told him he couldn't, and he did. And then they took the test, and you know what? They turned around and they said they cheated on the test. So they had to retake the test. They all passed it a second time. And so there are people out there that are out getting children over the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, it's going to be hard work. I understand that. But we can get there, and people in the past, and there's people out there that have done it. Why can't it be Clover Park?
Well, it can. It's just realistically and statistically, you're asking for a massive jump in 1 year after a pandemic. I just feel like that is setting us up for further failure. And, I know that you have been saying this. I mean, I've been on the board with you for a while, and you have been aggressive about this the past year. I'm not sure what the shift was between the past year and the 5 years, 4.5 years that I've been on the board with you. But I agree that we need to improve. I think everyone agrees. I feel like everyone has joined this board because they want to see Clover Park succeed. But there is a level of reality that also comes along with it. And I think we should be happy with incremental growth. Growth is good. Any growth is good. But of course, you want to strive for more. Don't you think Superintendent Banner wants growth? Everyone wants that. That's the whole thing. We just see your success on paper. That's important. So I just feel, I'm not sure what changed in the past year. You haven't really come with any solutions. You have just said it needs to be done. And
I've offered solutions and got voted down on that too, Alyssa.
Well,
the first thing is, if we start teaching reading with phonics, that's one start.
Okay.
So that's one suggestion. When we can give more.
Well, no, I'm just saying there's a whole district of experts,
but our experts aren't getting us where we want to be.
Okay. It's also important not to insult them along the way. I don't think that anyone.
I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm not trying to insult.
Okay.
What I'm saying is when we mistake effort for results, that's a problem.
I don't think anyone is disagreeing there needs to be results. I think your way of getting your message across is falling short.
However, in the last 6 years, 2015 to 2021, Clover Park School District has returned to the level which it once sought to improve from in 2012. Then it was a performance rating of only 26.8%, and now, 10 years later, we're at 29.3%. Over the last decade, Clover Park School District remains virtually unchanged in its ability to prepare students for life. At the bottom of the slide, hard to read, but there's our mission and vision statement. And I'd like to read the mission statement and emphasize the words there. The mission of Clover Park School District is to ensure, that's a promise, each child learns what he or she needs to know to succeed and contribute to the community. Below that mission statement, there are a couple bullets regarding our vision. In our district, all children are performing at or above grade level. That's our vision. Everyone, me, all of us in this room, parents, teachers, administration, and board, is committed to unique solutions for student achievement. So my recommendation as to a specific response to this presentation is that if we are going to approve, if we are asked to have confidence in the future of this plan, when it is admittedly overrepresented in plans and strategies, then it would appear to me, and probably you've addressed this with your AIC committee, we need specific implementation steps, COVID notwithstanding, by which we're going to improve from where we've always been in the last 10 years.
For the record, what's your sources for your statistics?
First set of statistics were from OSPI, where it cited where Clover Park School District is. And this flatline, basically flatline scale over the last 10 years is from School Digger.
Recommendation would be to move along to the next presentation, just because we're going into executive session at 8:30. So if everyone is okay with that, we can continue to ask more questions. Lucky you, after the next presentation.
Can everybody hear me? I'm not really a sitter when I present. Is that cool? Can I stand? I promise to hold the mic. All right. Also, it doesn't faze me if you do want to ask questions in the middle of a slide. No, it's fine. All right. So, you guys, it's really an honor to be here. My name is Brian Gable. I'm the Director of Assessment and Program Evaluation. And really sorry that the last presentation has to do with data. Sometimes it tires people out to think about data, but it's one of my passions, especially student growth. And I really feel like most people need to really understand student growth more than they do now. And I hope that by the end of this presentation, all of us will be a lot more informed about how we use educational data, how we look at educational data, how we interpret it, especially when we're trying to determine the quality of our schools. Okay, so what we'll cover in this presentation by the time we walk out today will be these basic 4 points. We're going to learn about the role of student growth in the Washington School Improvement Framework. Most of you probably know this as ESSA, the ESSA scores. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what is student growth and what are the metrics that we use to look and understand student growth, namely the student growth percentile. We're going to talk about how student growth is different from proficiency. Two very different things, both important. Proficiency mainly being percent met standard, the thing that we've been looking at for years in education, years in Washington, okay? Going back more years than I've been here in this state. We are going to look at how does our district measure student growth? How does the state measure it? How is it the same? How is it different? All right, So let's get to the Washington School Improvement Framework. Washington School Improvement Framework is a framework through which scores are assigned to schools to identify schools for comprehensive and targeted intervention. And we all know that they are based on these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different indicators. Okay. So in Clover Park School District, most of the schools fall into these two categories. Schools for K through 8. Whoa, this is pretty sensitive. Okay, I can just touch the screen. Okay, all right. Okay, most of our schools fall into one of these two categories. A majority of them, all the elementary and middle schools, fall into the K through 8 area. So a lot of schools, our high schools, fall into this area. You can see that student growth and proficiency account for a monstrous percentage of that ESSA score, 90%. You can also see that OSPI gives 25% more weight than proficiency in rating a school when they identify it. Okay. Note over here, though, look, for high schools, growth is 0%. They don't even look at growth. Does anybody know why? There's not enough assessments in high school to measure growth. To measure growth, you need one assessment every year. You need it in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. We only got it in 10th grade. But in the K through 8 area, we have Smarter Balanced, grades 3 through 8. Such a nice platform to measure growth through time. All right, so what is student growth? Well, student growth describes how well a student improved between 2 time points, usually a pre-test and a post-test. For the state, it would be the spring, say, of 2022 and the spring of 2023. It is expressed for one student as a student growth percentile. This ranges between 1 and 99. 99 is the best growth a student can get. 1 is the worst growth. Actually, it's regressive, students going backwards. 50 would be the perfect average. That's perfect average growth statewide. This is all just words. So what I like to do is actually show an example so that when you walk out of here, when your child comes home with a student growth percentile in math and reading, you know how well they grew. Let's take this student. We'll call him Jack. Jack was in 5th grade in 2022. He took the Smarter Balanced Math or Smarter Balanced ELA, whichever test you'd like to think, whichever is your preference. Say the Smarter Balanced Math test. He did well. Passed. The next year, he went through 6th grade, and in the spring, he took the Smarter Balanced Math assessment again. He did great. Well, what is great? What's great growth? What is that? The state measures growth using the student growth percentile. What they do is they look at Jack's academic peers. Who are Jack's academic peers? His academic peers are all the students that were also in 5th grade in 2022 that scored roughly the same as him. Thousands of kids statewide. And then they say, well, of those thousands of kids, how did they score when they hit 6th grade in 2023? Well, in this example, which is a high growth example, Jack scored better than 75% of the students that started where he was. This is a normative metric. It is a normative expression of growth. It describes his growth relative to students like him. In a parallel universe with alternate outcomes, Jack may not have done as well. Maybe he got an SGP of 50, which basically means he grew better than only 50% of students like him. The other 50% of students like him who started where he was did better. In another parallel universe with alternate outcomes, maybe Jack had a bad day, maybe he had a bad year. SGP of 15, this is an example of low growth. He only did better than 15% of students who started like him. The reality is the SGP is a little bit more complex than this because guess what? It doesn't just look at the prior year. It looks at the year before that, if it's available, and the year before that. We won't get into the quantitative regression and all these complicated things that make this formula so interesting, but it does explain growth quite nicely. So now that we know what an SGP is, now that we know what SGP we would be happy if our child brought that home on a report card, let's talk about what is high growth. How is high growth defined? Well, it depends. If it's one student, high growth is defined from the state if a student gets an SGP of 66 or higher. Conversely, low growth is defined if a student gets a 33 or lower. Would you want your student coming home with a 30 SGP? Oh, sorry, he only grew better than 30% of the students that start like him. Not great news. Anything in the middle would be considered typical growth. For a group of students, such as a classroom, high growth would be about 61, SGP of 61 or greater. SGP of who? Well, SGP of this student. Who is this student? If you line students up from the lowest SGP to the highest SGP and took the middle student, otherwise known as the median, and take that SGP, that's what you would use, and that's what the state used to gauge it, to gauge how well a group of students is growing. They take the median SGP. 39 or lower, probably a low growth classroom, low growth school. As the group gets larger and larger, for example, the state, the median is 50. The whole state is 50. That is the perfect average growth. But the larger the group, the more what we call regression to the mean occurs, which means it's harder to get an average or a median that is further away from 50. Little statistics there. All right. Now I want to cover a few things that are very important. We're going to talk about percent meeting standard versus student growth, the student growth percentile. The percent meeting standard defines a student at the end of the year as, do they know what they're supposed to know? Like, did the student demonstrate mastery on the standards that have been designated for that grade? Yes or no? It's either 1 to 0. Smarter Balance is a real sophisticated test. They got level 1, they got level 2, they got level 3, they got level 4, they got all these areas in between. But meeting standard is just a 0 or a 1 for every student. It's easy to do. I like to do it. It's fast. Student growth percentile describes how well a student has improved between 2 points in time, starting point and an ending point. Meeting standard describes, for a group of students, the percentage of those students who really met those proficiency, those common, demonstrated that mastery in those common core standards identified for that group, that grade, and that subject. The student growth percentile describes a group of students, as I'd mentioned, using the median student growth percentile, and they usually describe that in terms of a classroom or school or grade, similar to how percent meeting standard is used. Percent meeting standard. I love it. Only 1 test score is needed per student at the end of the year. This means more students inform this metric. More students inform this metric. Why? Well, for student growth, we need how many scores? We need at least 2 scores. And not just any 2 scores. We need a score in, say, grade 3, and then a score in the next year, grade 4. The tests need to be subsequential. So as a result, high mobility districts like Clover Park, oftentimes this can mean fewer students inform the median student growth percentile, because these are students that have been with us the whole time. So that's a downside of the median student growth percentile. Percent meeting standard. I've worked at Seattle Public Schools as a data cruncher. I worked at Kent School District as an assistant director of assessment, and now I'm here. And I visited lots of schools. And one of the things I found is that percent meeting standard sometimes encourages educators to focus on students who are just below that threshold of meeting standard. I remember the first time I went to the school, somebody said, "Hey, do you got our list of bubble students?" And I said, "What are you talking about? What's a bubble student?" Fresh out of graduate school, I didn't know what a bubble student was. A bubble student is a student that's just below that meeting threshold. Oh, why do you want your bubble students? Well, they're going to focus on those bubble students to push them above that line. That's fine. The problem is sometimes that extra focus on the bubble students can take focus away from the level 1 students who the teacher knows has no chance of passing. It also takes focus away from those level 4 students who the teacher knows, hey, I don't need to teach them. They're going to be good. They'll be fine. I'm not saying that happens, but this is what I feel was going on. Student growth percentile, on the other hand, promotes the upward movement of all students, not leaving any student behind. You can't escape. Can't escape kids at the bottom. We have to see movement of all kids. You can't escape teaching kids at the top. I think it's good to demonstrate this point. Here we got 15 students in this classroom. And this is one classroom in the year 2022. We got 11 of them down here, kind of in the non-meeting standard area, because that dotted line is the meeting standard. And we got 4 of them up here. Well, that calculates about 27% meeting standard. Cool. Now, in the next year, these 15 students are going to come over here to this classroom. Ostensibly, with no summer slide, they'll still be in that same position. But let's say that this teacher really knows how to differentiate instruction, doesn't focus on just this kid. That teacher focuses on all these kids and lifts these kids up from level 1 to level 2 and doesn't forget about the needs of these students and lifts them up. Tremendous growth. Who would not want a teacher like that? No, people would kill for a teacher like that. Look at this, median student growth percentile, 80 or probably higher. Percent meeting standard, 27. Did it change? It didn't. This is a hypothetical example. In real life, you would see a change in percent meeting standard, but there are some schools where a majority of the students are down here. Not for the fall of the school. Schools get the students that are given to them. The students arrive in the classroom as they arrive. But how heartbreaking for this teacher to not have that needle move when they work so hard. So that is why it's really important to look at that student growth percentile. All right. Percent meeting standard. It's not ideal for longitudinal analysis. Longitudinal analysis, what is that? That is the study of a group of students, a cohort through time. So we look at our 3rd grade kids. We follow them to 4th grade. We see how they're doing in 4th grade. We follow that cohort to 5th grade. We see how they're doing in 5th grade. That's a longitudinal analysis. It's not a snapshot. The problem is that although the Smarter Balance is a great test, the level of difficulty of the Smarter Balanced, the standards that are asked of different grade levels of students are more challenging. And that can confound our understanding of how strong or weak a school or a cohort of kids are when they take that test and you're comparing percent meeting standard. Growth percentiles, on the other hand, are not affected by external factors such as changing difficulty levels on subsequent tests. As a matter of fact, they can be used between 2 different tests. Remember when we went from MSP to Smarter Balanced? Growth percentiles can be used. It uses a whole different quantitative approach called it's a regression model that doesn't rely on scale scores. So let's take a look at this. The last normal year, 2018-19, SBA math, percent meeting standard. This is an example. Clover Park, we had third grade, 47.3%, and it just kept dropping and dropping and dropping to sixth grade at 34.7%. Now, a layman might look at this data and say, oh, let's see. It looks like this sixth grade class, they're kind of weak, or that sixth grade team is weak. That third grade class is pretty strong. We got to do something about these sixth grade teachers. Let's see. That's one hypothesis. A second hypothesis, more plausible, is for us to step back and look at the state. I was looking up there. Look at the state, Washington State. And we can see that the whole state is exhibiting the same kind of decrease in percent meeting standard for each of these cohorts. This suggests that the test actually gets more difficult. And what I didn't show you here, and I should have, is grade 7 and 8, because by 8th grade, proficiency jumps up again, suggesting that that 8th grade test in math is a bit easier for students to pass than that 5th and 6th grade math test. So just know, Smarter Balance is a great test. It's well researched. But just because a student passes it one year doesn't mean they're going to pass next year, especially if they're on that cusp, because some of these tests in different grade levels are more challenging. Finally, percent meeting standard. Because this metric is strongly correlated with parents' education and socioeconomic status, it's often mistakenly used to estimate the quality of a school or district. In graduate school, when I ran regression analyses to determine the impact of educational interventions, if you didn't control for social economic status, your advisor would laugh at you. The metric that is a better indicator of the quality of a school is growth, because it quantifies the amount of learning a student gained or lost while he was actually under your teaching, while he was at your school, while he was in your district. What could be a better metric than that to determine the quality of the school, or how much learning we're injecting in our students? This is a tool that I made, post up in Tableau. Each one of those dots, it's a school. Not just a school, it's a grade level, grade 4 for mathematics at a school, every single school in the state. It's a tool that I made. You can hover over the dots and see which schools are which. Right here on the y-axis is the average scale score. And here on the x-axis is an indices that I created called the challenge index. We can also refer to as the opportunity index. It's a combination of factors that are statistically significant in predicting percent meeting standard. And the strongest predictor is percent free and reduced lunch. Then you have MLL, percent of multilingual learners, and a combination term called MLLs and non-white. It's an interaction term. And then on top of that, you also have percent gifted, right? Gifted is also statistically significant. It's the other direction, of course, and a few other, and then non-white. You can see that in general, less affluent schools, this very clear relationship between between average test score and the affluence of the actual classroom that's taking the test. Now, there are the Jaime Escalantes, perhaps, that we could identify in the less affluent schools that are still managing to do amazing things. They exist. Likewise, there are schools that are more affluent that maybe aren't doing what they should be doing. This is just percent meeting standard, though. If I were to do this same plot with student growth, it would look more like a shotgun. But I just wanted you to see this relationship between the two. So, how does our district measure student growth? How does the state measure student growth? Well, in the past, we used to use an amalgam of MAP and STAR to measure student growth. We did that 3 times in the year. We did it in the fall, we did it in the winter, and we did it in the spring. That allowed us to get growth points between the fall and the winter and the spring, and the most popular, fall to the spring. Let's take a look at one of the reports that we would look at to see how our schools are doing. This is one report of many. This is just for 3rd grade math. Well, we could see right here on the y-axis, this is the median performance percentile, or we could kind of see this as proficiency. Here on the x-axis, we can see the median student growth percentile. Because this is a nationally administered test, the 50 here and the 50 here means that is the average. 50 here means average growth. 50 here means average growth, a national sample. So with a nice line at 50 and a nice line at 50 here, we have our famous 4 quadrants: high proficiency, but low growth; high growth, but low proficiency; low proficiency and low growth; and the very coveted high proficiency, high growth. Right here, the district is represented by that orange dot right there, that kind of the sun. And then if you blast the district up into its individual schools, you could see how the individual schools are doing, both growth-wise and proficiency-wise, or performance-wise. This line right here, I won't spend too much time on it. It's the predicted percentile rank estimated for students to be able to pass SBA. It's a predicted percentile rank that students should hit, and STAR would predict that they would pass the SBA at the end of the year should they continue at least the track of typical growth. Great. What about the state? What does the state use? Well, the state doesn't have the luxury of testing us 3 times a year. They did have the luxury this year of testing us 2 times a year. And guess what? They're not even going to use the fall score. After all that work we did, they're not even going to use it. They use it, they test us from spring to spring. So right now, the spring test that we just did, spring 2022, that's their new baseline. We're not going to get growth until after the students finish testing in the spring of 2023. So the state's scratching their head right now about that ESSA score, trying to figure out what they're going to do. So let's take a look at how the state shows us growth. On your favorite Washington State report card, you can find student growth. And what I like to do is look at it by grade. I see by grade here, we have math and we have ELA by grade. Do know that perfect average growth for the state is 50. So we can see the highs and the lows of growth through this. We can see here we have a median student growth percentile of 45, which is 5 growth percentile points below the state average. That would be our weaker performing area. And our highlight would be our 8th grade ELA at 57, 7 growth percentile points above the state average. Just this, and these are significant numbers because this is a whole district at a grade level. So there you have it. I think I answered all of those, and we can see that in the Clover Park School District and OSPI both use the student growth percentiles. Same metric. So hopefully now you'll understand what an SGP is. And when you do look at percent meeting standard, which is an important metric, percent meeting standard is an important metric. But when you look at it, you can look at it in the context of growth. And that concludes my presentation. So if you have any questions, I'm open for answers.
Yeah, I just want to say really quick, thank you for giving us all of this information. Quite a learning experience. And also, if you were my statistics teacher in college, I think I would have done really well. You're very captivating. So thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll go this way.
one of the things I was, okay, a lot of material and, well, I don't. And so, no, it's good for me to hear it because it's hearing about growth and achievement in a different way. And so I really do. And when I say I don't, I'm more of an English person. Okay.
That's why it made me laugh, because I was really excited.
I'm not a math person, but anyway, but that's not an option in this world anymore. So tell us about one of the things that we've always been told, because we do have kids that, we are a high transition school district. So tell me about how do we track kids who, so I'm hearing you say this is really a personal student growth thing, as opposed to we're tracking wherever they are tracking their own growth and development, correct? Yeah, compared to their peers. It doesn't make any difference where they are because they're taking Smarter Balance and because they're doing STAR. That's going to follow them.
Yeah, Smarter Balance will follow the students that highlight. That goes for as long as they come from another public school.
Okay.
In Washington.
Okay.
Yeah, we should do it.
Okay.
Outside school is,
That's important because with the military
Yeah.
district, our students are not coming from Washington schools, so they don't have something to compare their growth to
Yeah.
because they're coming from out of state.
Yeah, with some, and then others do come from in-state, and the state has that, and they calculate. They actually run the SGPs. Yeah.
So we're able to track also, I know one thing that we've kind of heard is that kids start with us K and go through. Those kids do well. Sometimes it's the kids who they're new to our district, or they haven't had the continuing education that we've done. They don't do as well. So the kids that we do well with continuously usually pass state quote standards. Where does that theory fit into this?
Yeah, so I can't validate what you just said there. If the
Okay.
students that are with us do well and pass, I think that in general, it's been shown that mobility is detrimental to student performance. When students move from one school, when students move from one school to the next, it's detrimental. I think that student growth is probably the best representation of how well a student is growing if they're with us the whole time.
I will say that I can validate, and I believe I gave the board at WASDA, or just after the last fall WASDA conference, data on our continuously enrolled graduation rates. So the
Okay.
students that we had from 9th grade all the
Yes.
way through 12th grade, and graduation, by the way, is, Brian, 50% of the high school WASF metric.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the students that we have from 9th grade through 12th grade did show a graduation rate of 93 to 96%. I'm trying to remember the range, but it was mid 90s.
Right.
In terms of those students that we could track from 9th grade through 12th grade being in our educational care.
Well, thank you, because I really appreciate you having that, because I know I've heard it somewhere. So that's pretty consistent. Could we say that we don't have the data for it, but could we maybe assume, and I don't like assuming things, especially in education, but that would be a factor, K8?
Yeah, I think it would definitely be a factor, and I'm a man of data, not a man of assumptions. So, yeah. So, but yeah, all the academic research does indicate that. So,
Thanks, Brian.
I think I would just point out that in Brian's presentation, he did mention that the state's measuring student growth percentile grades 3 through 8, right? Because you have subsequent tests, 3rd grade to 4th grade, 4th grade to 5th grade, so on. We don't have the same data points in high school, since you take the test once in high school in 10th, and then there is no state test for kindergartners through 2nd grade. We do measure student growth, or we monitor student growth K2 on our STAR assessment, but that's a district assessment that we use. And then in this coming fall, we're adding STAR assessment to the 9th grade so that we can look at essentially student growth, as long as that student's with us from kindergarten all the way through 9th grade. Off of district assessment, which is a national assessment.
Thank you, Brian and Brian. Yeah, so I have 3 statements and I'm all for student growth. I mean, my goodness, that's our job, to move students up the ladder of academic competence, capable of succeeding in life. However, the mission of our school district is to ensure that each child learns what he or she needs to know in order to succeed in life after high school. According to the Washington State Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, our district is at 17.9% grade level meeting the standards in math. We are not then ensuring each child learns what he or needs to know for life after high school, because if in math, Clover Park High School, for example, 5.4% proficient. So the question OSPI is asking is, how are we doing getting students to their learning goals? 5.4% in math. So I would think that we would all agree that proficiency in applied math, that is the application of mathematical methods by different fields, such as physics, engineering, medicine, biology, finance, business, computer science, and industry, is a paramount duty of ours, in keeping with not only our mission, but our vision statements. And yet in Clover Park High School, only 5% are able to compete and compute applied math that they will need post-high school. Now they can grow, but if they're not adequately competent to apply that math in whatever field they choose after high school, we can't say that growth is satisfactory when they're still falling short.
I agree with you in the importance of math. There's a lot of research that suggests that success, just passing math or math success by 3rd grade, that's a bigger predictor of graduation than ELA. I think what we need to do is be a lot smarter about the metrics that we use to identify pockets of success so we can replicate those successes. And if we use student growth to identify those pockets and say, well, which schools are actually moving the needle here on growth, even if they're not bringing kids to that, past that Met standard line, then maybe we can emulate some of those successes of those teachers at those schools, whether in our district or outside of our district, to improve, to maybe inform some of the decision making, maybe.
Just for clarification purposes, the numbers from OSPI are from 2019. So I just think that that is important to remember. There hasn't been a test that, isn't it? So the
No, David's right. He's reporting the numbers from the fall 2021 test.
All 2021.
Which
is that test is
they're not using.
Reminder for the fall tests is that they are of the previous grade level. So the 9th graders at Clover Park or the 9th graders at Lakes took the 8th grade test, which was what they were given in the fall as a measurement of what they learned during the 2021 school year, right?
So the online COVID test.
And then also Brian Gable mentioned
Okay.
how the state's not going to use those fall scores, right, in this student growth percentile. They're going to go back to their spring scores, right?
Scores they are not using. So they're posted, but they're not using them. Because all the scores I've seen are from 2019. That's why I'm a little confused.
Oh, he's right. You read the very small print underneath those numbers. They say the fall of 2021 is what that is reported on the school report cards.
So just for clarity's sake, and I'm going to ask Brian and Brian to confirm, deny, or correct. In 2020, the fall of 2021, OSPI because they were required by the feds in order to receive federal dollars to test twice a year. In that calendar year, we took the 2021, fall of 2021 SBA. So a ninth grader was really being tested at the eighth grade to evaluate what they learned during the 2021 COVID virtual year. And now OSPI is saying they're not going to use those scores. And that's a question mark at the end of that.
Yeah, so you're right, Ron, is they're required to post those scores to get the federal money. That's why they did it. If it were up to them, I don't think that they may not have done it, but they had to do it. And they don't intend on using that fall data for growth to calculate growth to the spring. One of the things we did in this district to increase instructional time is we knew that they were going to have to test us in the fall and the spring. So to increase instructional time for our students, we relieve them of the MAP test, which is a long test that they got to take 3 times a year. And I'm going to calculate the growth from the fall to the spring using the Smarter Balanced. And then towards the end, they said, oh yeah, we're not going to use the fall for growth. So now now we can calculate. Now I can do that. I actually helped the state do that 10 years ago, calculate growth for the state. So we'll go that route, but this is an example of how the states, they've laid out some things and some plans, and the way that we're using these fall scores is now different. They're actually discouraging us from even comparing the fall scores with previous years.
Do I get my chance? It's discouraging to me to hear that answer. I mean, the bottom line is when our students get out in the real world and ways people look at that, I mean, just go to any person that's moving to our community and they're going to look at the real estate results and they put all those school numbers in there and they're going to say, I don't want to go here because this school isn't performing up to that school. So that's a concern to me. What do our citizens think? They're going to hire students from our community. And if they haven't met standard, I had growth, but I can't meet the standards. I can't do the things I need to do. My whole life in my military career, it's about meeting standards. It's not about, I look pretty good out there, but if you don't meet the standards, I mean, we were graded on getting bombs on target within 10 seconds. If we missed it by more than 10 seconds, we failed. And so the way we did that is if we did a low level, you guys all watched the recent Top Gun, when you're flying low, when you're flying at 50 feet at 500 knots, every minute you've got marked on your map where you're going. And so if you're off course, you got to make a correction. You got to make it really soon. So to me, when we start looking at educational competence or meeting standards, we ought to know what the standards are. And we ought to look at them at every time interval that we can. That's why, when I first came on this board, I got down to, what's the school down there on base? I'm sorry, I can't remember. No. I can, I'll see it on here. I'll tell you. Beechwood. I was at Beechwood, and the principal there sat me down and talked about some of the things you're talking about, because they were using map testing. And I go, wow, map testing was really good. And then all of a sudden the principal sat me down and showed me his numbers on his spreadsheet. He showed me his numbers on the spreadsheet. And then he told me about one of his teachers. The teachers broke into tears when he showed her the data, because she had done what you talked about, working with the middle, and her top students dropped. And she said, I failed my students. So to me, what measurements do we do? What do we decide is success? What is success? You know, we're saying that they're ready to be out in the community and do their job. You know, I get people in the community all the time saying they can't even count change. You can't count change. You know, now whether that's a good measurement or not, or a good way to look at it. But somehow I think we need to do is we need to figure out what success is when we send a kid out here. We've got all our things up there that we're going to get them ready to work out in the community or wherever that's at, whether it be high school and beyond, or whether it be a college. But what is that? You know, so I see all these numbers getting pushed around and graphs and charts and all those kind of things. You know what? Its bottom line is, what can that kid do when they get out of school? Does it mean anything? Does it mean something? Because if they can't read, it's a real mess in our community.
It's important to remember that the test scores that many times that you and David bring up is a 10th grade test in high school. So you're not taking into account that they complete 11th and 12th grade. You're also saying that their test score determines their success in life, which is not true. I'm a fine test taker. I'm not the best test taker. I think I've done pretty well in life. I don't think there are a lot of people that have a fear of tests that go in, they don't do well. They didn't eat breakfast that morning. It's a snapshot of one moment in time when they sit down to take their test. And I recall you saying at multiple meetings in the past that test scores don't always determine success, but then you're sitting here tonight saying test scores determine success and if someone can read in the community. I personally have not encountered someone that cannot count change. I'm sure they exist, but the way you're speaking, it literally sounds like our community can't count change. I go to stores. I have not experienced people not being able to count change. But so what is it? In the past, you said there's a whole student success could be a different thing, which is why we have the 4 pillars of success. As a board, we decided that a student success looked much bigger than a test score in a moment of time. And you agreed with that in the past. Now, what I'm hearing you say is 10th grade test scores determine if a student is successful in life.
I didn't say that. What I did say
You're insinuating
is
it.
what is success? I've asked this board more than once, what is success? And just the 4 pillars by themselves, I don't think is the whole measure. However, the whole world looks at those numbers. And, you know, I mean, when my children, my oldest son that's in the military moves around from place to place, they go right to school. School digger to look at what buildings, where do they need to do? What house do they need to buy if they want their children to have a good education?
Yeah, a lot of people don't have that luxury, but I agree that many people do that.
There's a lot of them.
No, there are, but many people don't have that luxury. And I think that it's important to remember that.
You know, if I just want to say that I know many business owners, successful business owners in Lakewood, Tacoma, and throughout Pierce County and the state. And quite frankly, almost everyone unanimously says we are looking for someone, if you want to put this in an idea of success, that's trainable, has a good attitude, has a good work ethic, because they themselves are going to train them to do and be able to perform what their business needs them to do. And I've heard that over and over again. Do they have those qualities, which really do feed into the 4 pillars, which is why I really supported them, because it's not just about a snapshot of a test on a particular day. Brian, I do appreciate, I mean, this was a huge growth for me. And, you know, the fact that, you know, what's our meeting standard or growth? I will take, and we know that incremental growth is more sustainable than that fast surge that gets you in there just to meet a standard. And you want to go deep, not wide. So I appreciated being, you want to go, yeah, I'm sorry. You want to go wide, not deep. But the point is when we're talking about what success is what are the characteristics this child's going to take out? Because a business is going to take them into their company and train them the way they want them to do, from the military on down. So I think that I really appreciated the fact that learning about the student growth, because that really is what that child's going to take with them.
And just to tie back to the earlier presentation, our intent for this upcoming school year is to ask the community and families and students, what do they believe the profile of a graduate of Clover Park School District should be? And I think that's getting to that, getting to the point of answering the question that Paul is asking about how do we measure success? And I think it's based on what does the community, family, students, and staff believe graduates from Clover Park School District should be able to know and understand and be able to do.
I can tell you one thing that the community looks at or the business owners look at is showing up for work on time. Yeah, and look at our attendance in this district. Awful.
That could be a component, right, that they bring up as input.
That's the parents' fault. So I'm just saying, if we're, at my high school, one time parents did the detention because they were tardy for school. And the kids said, why am I going to detention when I'm reliant on my parents to drop me off for school? And so the parents showed up and did the detention. So it's, yes, tardiness matters, but there's also family statistics. You can't blame a second grader and a third grader for getting to school on time. It's a community issue. We have to work with the community, the parents. The parents have to know how important education is. You can't blame a second grader for being late to school. You blame the parents. If my kid doesn't get to school on time, it's my fault. It's not their fault. Should go into executive session related to the superintendent's contract. We will be back, but before we go into executive session, reminder that our meeting starts at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So please just be aware of that. We have two meetings, a special meeting at 5 and then the continuation of this meeting starting at 6. So I said 30 minutes, which brings us to, speaking of math, 9. Okay, well, let's say 9. Sure. Let's say 9:15. Let's say 9:15. We'll be back. No. We'll call you if we is 9:15 and we need another 15 minutes for executive session. So we plan to be back at 9:30. It is 9:29. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, moved by Paul, seconded by Anthony. And so, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay, and we are adjourning at 9:29. Thank you.